to order. Are there can I have an introduction of late items, please? Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have a number of items here. For item 9B, the 2015 Cultural Operating Grant recommendations, adding a delegation from Ms. Gant. 9C, Arts and Culture Festivals and Events Grants recommendations, adding a delegation from Ms. Gant as well. Item 13A, Notice of Motion from Councillor Beswick. There's a added delegation from Mr. Beaton. And under item 13D, the Property Maintenance Bylaw, there's deletion of 673 Hamilton Avenue, and that's removal.
Thank you. Any other late items? Councillor Kipp.
Yes, I'd like a delegation to Mr. Leon Cake, a 5-minute late delegation on item 8F.
Addition of the late delegation. Mr. Cake. Thank you. Can we have a
motion? We had a vote on that
for the late delegation? Yes, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item. Can we have the motion of the adoption of the amended agenda?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item, item number 4, motion for the adoption of minutes from the meeting of December 15th. Can we have a mover?
I so move.
I'll second them.
Second?
Can I speak to something on the minutes?
Councillor Kipp.
Yeah. Your Worship, I wonder, we had a while ago a delegation wanted his information put into the agendas. If they don't reach it at that point, how do we recognize delegations and reports and things that come in front of council? How do they get put into our agendas or into our minutes?
If I understand the question correctly, so if someone, for example, this evening comes with a piece of correspondence, hands it up to council, staff receive that as well, and we put it in the file. So there's a agenda package that's complete, but there's always going to be new additions such as presentations. So we do have that on a file. It's kept as part of the public record. And in fact, what we've been doing with presentations is adding that to the website as well. And that's something we're considering doing as well for all correspondence or late reports. So everything is always going to be posted to the website. That's a work in progress, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we need to vote. We
need to vote on it.
We need to vote on it. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So item number 5. It is my pleasure to provide 2 presentations tonight, or to be involved with 2 presentations. We have 2. The first one is the presentation of a Civic Merit Award to Ms. Margot Holmes, the Executive Director of the Vancouver Island Symphony. The purpose of the city's Civic Merit Awards is to recognize individuals or groups for outstanding achievements in the area of sports, arts, and culture. Awards are given to individuals or groups who receive international, national, Western Canadian, or provincial honors. Tonight, we recognize Ms. Margot Holmes, Executive Director of the Vancouver Island Symphony. In November 2014, Margot was recognized by Business for the Arts as part of their 2014 Canadian Arts and Business Awards as a cultural champion in arts leadership. Could we get Ms. Holmes to come down to the podium, please? On behalf of the City of Nanaimo, I would like to offer this medallion to you and this certificate of recognition in acknowledgement of your recent achievement in winning the 2014 Canadian Arts and Business Awards, bringing recognition and honor to the city and district. We wish you continued success in your field of endeavor. Thank you very, very much. I understand that you wanted to say a few words. Yes, you certainly may. Just wait until I get around to the other side there. We'll turn the podium on. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this lovely award. It's wonderful to be acknowledged by the city that you work in. I thought that I would share with you what I actually said when I went to Toronto to accept the award. I was the only person from Nanaimo there. And so what I shared was, part of the speech anyway, was that Nanaimo is a beautiful coastal city in the middle of Vancouver Island that has a population of 88,000 people. 16 years ago, they had 2 corporate sponsors, the Vancouver Island Symphony did. And 16 years later, there's over 150 businesses in the city that support the symphony. And I think that this is so important for Nanaimo to realize what a success story their symphony is, but also wanted to thank you at this point in time, because the symphony would not be here without the support of the city and your investment in what we've done over the last 20 years. This is our 20th anniversary. So thank you so much for continuing to support the arts.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
The next item on the agenda is that we're going to have a poem read by Nanaimo's poet laureate. I just want to give you a wee bit of background on it. In 2013, Council approved Naomi Beth Wakin as Nanaimo's first poet laureate. The purpose of a poet laureate for Nanaimo is to serve as a people's poet and to raise awareness of poetry and the literary arts and the positive impact literature and poetry can have on community life. Naomi was selected for the position based on a set of criteria and an established process for the 3-year term. Tonight, Naomi is here to welcome the new mayor and council by reading a poem. She was unfortunately not able to make our inaugural meeting, so she's here tonight feeling much better. And I've been told by certain reliable sources that we're to be very cautious this year because our poet laureate has declared this is the year in which she will be extremely cheeky. So please welcome.
Your Worship and councillors, I'll restrain myself tonight. Mark Strand wrote, "Ink runs from the corners of my mouth. There is no happiness like mine. I've been eating poetry." But as we all know, poetry eating comes second when stomachs are empty. A city has to concentrate on its economics so that people have jobs and children go to school after a good breakfast, eat a healthy lunch there, and hopefully join the family for a warm supper. Having stated that, I must also add that living in a city where music, art, literary endeavors, and dance are not encouraged would make it a barren life. The Globe and Mail today had a heading on one of its articles, "If artists starve, we all go hungry." So, as in all things, the middle way is the best, and in this case, a way of balancing economics and culture. Nanaimo, I believe, is in a good position to do this and is already on its way with its cultural plan. I think I can speak on behalf of the artists of the area when I say how grateful we are to you for acknowledging the essential part we play in Nanaimo's productive present and healthy future. And now a very tiny poem, because I know you've got a big agenda tonight. It's called On the Bench. I'm eating a double-scoop waffle cone ice cream on a bench by the seaplane dock. I leisurely watch Nanaimo amble by before my eyes. Dog owners and their pets, How like each other they grow as they age together. And families, the youngest riding dad's shoulders, the next holding her mother's hand, and always the dawdler who straggles behind, picking the odd weed to make a bedraggled bouquet. And then there are the lovers entwined to various degrees. And at the dock, I watch the travelers with their airport bags and backpacks. And I wonder what images of Nanaimo are tucked in their luggage, and what Nanaimo memories have slipped in for them to unpack later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6, Mayor's Report. Nothing. Number 7, nothing. Item number 8, Corporate Services. The purpose is to introduce the draft 2015-2019 draft plan. The staff recommendation is on page 15. Motion the council receive for information the report pertaining to the draft 2015-19 financial plan. Can we get a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you. Mover, seconder. Thank you. So, presentation by Mr. Clements.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we are here to introduce the City of Nanaimo Draft 2015 to 2019 Financial Plan. We don't intend to go into very much detail tonight. We'll save that for the working sessions. And we're not expecting any decision from Council tonight. This is simply to introduce the plan and have Council receive it. And I'll just start going through. So we'll talk about the budget process. I'll give a bit of a financial plan overview in very simple terms. A couple of major issues for Council to consider. An overview of how it impacts taxation in 2015 through 2019, and the next steps for Council. So the budget process has actually been going on for quite a long time. City staff start preparing their budgets, generally speaking, as soon as the last one is complete. So it's been working on it since June. Departments prepare their own budgets. The budgets are reviewed by the Finance Department and often sent back for some revision. There's a consolidation by the Finance Department where we bring together all the information from all the departments into a single budget. And then there's a review by senior management to ensure that it meets our overall organizational requirements. Then we present what we call the budget book, which Council has had for about a week and which will be released to the public tomorrow morning on the city's internet site. The official kickoff is the presentation to Council, which is tonight. And then the next couple of months we have the Council review and public input sessions. At some point there may perhaps be a budget bylaw adopted. Whether there is or not, there will be more changes between now and May 15th. And that's when we have to have an adoption of the final financial plan. And then again, throughout the year afterwards, there may be further amendments, as for example, there is later on tonight where we're still amending last year's plan. Now, just for Council's information, the book is prepared at a point in time, and things do change. So you'll see a slide tonight about some changes that have occurred since the book was prepared. There's always new information forthcoming. When we ultimately present a budget bylaw, that will include all known changes, including Council's direction. There's a couple of small typos in the book that you have, but we'll have them corrected before it becomes public. So the financial plan overview. What this indicates sort of in large dollars is how the financial plan has changed since last year. The actual overall size of the plan is down from the previous year, and that's largely to do with the fact that in 2014 in particular, we had large expenditures for the water treatment plant. So in fact, our overall city budget in 2015 is about $165 million, of which about $131 million is operating expenditures. And the slide also shows where the revenues come from. About $96 million is from property taxes, and there are a number of other sources of revenues, the largest ones being what you would think of from the city in terms of water and other user fees, water recreational fees, sewer fees, and garbage. So the property tax implications overall is this budget contains in it And just so I can be clear, I will say this budget, I assume I say the word draft before I say everything, because just as shorthand. We realize that this is the first time the council is seeing it in public, and the council will want to put their own imprint on the budget. But at this stage, the budget contains a 1.8% tax increase in 2015, of which 0.8 is essentially on existing services, and at 1% is to increase the amount of money we're setting aside each year for asset management. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. You can see that there are increases forecast for future years at the current budget, and the 1% asset management continues on for 2 more years. Now, we're going to continue to evaluate that at some point, probably in the next year or so. We'll come back to council and say whether or not that's going to be enough money or whether that needs to be adjusted. But that will involve a review of the asset management plan. So as I said, the asset management plan in the general fund contains a 1% increase for 3 of the years. And this helps to build reserves for certain kinds of expenditures, particularly those for transportation, storm drain, facilities in all departments, parks amenities, and major technology. And the plan would collect about $20 million between 2015 and 2019. And for new council members or for members of the public who aren't familiar with it, when you see the abbreviation M in one of my slides, it means millions of dollars. If you see the abbreviation K, it means thousands of dollars. I realize if you're looking at a planning slide, M means meters, but that's the shorthand that we use in finance for millions of dollars. The comparable numbers for user rate increases are shown here. Council has already approved a 7.5% increase in water for 2015, 5% for sewer, and a reduction in garbage fees for 2015. Similar increases are forecast throughout the plan, but we will be reviewing the need for water and sewer increases during 2015. We have a plan to review the user rate structures to see if we still need to have those increases over the period of the 5-year plan. The impact on the $350,000 home, which is slightly above the average selling price for a single-family home in Nanaimo. We've used this as our sort of typical home for the last few years. The 1.8% increase, which is for the city and Vancouver Island Regional Library portion of the taxes only, is about $37.40. Increases, including the user fees that are provided by the city of Nanaimo, net out to about $60.84 for this typical single-family home. So any home that has the average assessment change over the period from last year will have about $60 more expenditures in 2015. So the first question that always comes up is why would we have any increase at all in 2015? So what's in the plan that's causing an increase? And that's really a difficult question to answer because our plan is very large, very complicated, includes a lot of different departments, and it's hard to boil it down to a single answer. In this case, we can say one thing, which is that the 1% of it is due to the increase in the asset management. $206,000 is related to the requisition for the Vancouver Island Regional Library, over which the City Council has relatively little control. The plan contains, at this stage, 3 additional RCMP officers during the year and some contract increases just related to the provision of services by the RCMP. It also contains 2% QP increases, a similar amount for exempt staff, and a provision for firefighter increases. Compared to that, there is a reduction for the 3 management positions, which have been eliminated in 2015, and some less general revenue funding for projects, which essentially comes out of the asset management reserve. Now, as I said, there's been a few changes since the book was prepared, and these are the things that we are considering in addition to what's in the book. The plan does not currently contain a core review. Based on discussion in recent weeks, we're assuming that there probably will be one, so we've allocated $200,000 in the budget for it going forward as a change. There's already $50,000 for related projects, so it's a net change of $150,000. We've received information about our WCB reassessment for 2015, and it's much higher than it was in 2014, $325,000 higher. Council has approved a grant for loaves and fishes over 2 years. We found some mistakes, which have resulted in a reduction in the plan of $80,000. And we have made a staff decision to defer making a transfer to the Housing Legacy Fund for 2 years of $165,000 per year, which essentially offsets the cost of the loaves and fishes request. And finally, we have information about new construction revenue, which suggests it's going to be higher than what we thought it was when we prepared the plan. So the net increase of all these changes is about $35,000, which is basically very little difference in terms of impact on taxation. There have also been some requests which are not included in the plan, and we will provide this information to Council in more detail at a working session in the future. So staff had put forward requests for additional funding to increase the property acquisition budget from $600,000 to $1 million. We've talked to Council about this in the past as well. It's never made its way into the plan. There are some culture and heritage projects which were proposed which are not included. There's a Harewood Centennial multi-use court over 2 years, which is not included. Some additional parking meters. Some improvements that came out of the Transportation Master Plan are not in. And there is a request from one member of the public for Council to extend its water and sewer low-income subsidy to all homeowners, not just to seniors. And that's a very difficult thing to calculate, but we'll have some conversation with Council about that in the future. Now, on the major issues, many of these will not be new to Council. Water is a significant ongoing issue and has been for some time. The water treatment plant is projected to begin operations in 2015. We've also talked to Council about the fact that growth is putting pressure on water supply capacity. However, that's being offset to a certain extent by the reduction in per capita consumption. So even though we're not using, we have more people, we're not using as many per person, and that's largely due to things like conservation initiatives. And I would suggest that one of the best initiatives we have is water meters, increasing rates and increasing block rates. There is no money currently in the financial plan to fund any work at Colliery Dam. We will review funding options when cost estimates are available, and my understanding is a report is coming forward to Council in the near future on this subject. The Wellcox Yard is another major issue throughout the 5-year plan. There are a couple of 2014 projects that were completed in 2014. We have others forecast for 2015. And there's a fairly large project that currently is in the budget in 2016 to deal with access to the waterfront. It could be as much as $6 million, which is projected from borrowing. This project has the potential for being a grant program. We haven't quite sort of solidified exactly what we might apply for, which would be the best program to use. As I mentioned earlier, the RCMP contract has a significant impact on the budget. The current authorized strength is 140 members, and the 2015 budget for the RCMP contract is $21 million, which is a significant portion of our $130 million operating budget. And that's just our 90% share. In addition to that, the Canada pays an additional 10%. The city actually only pays 90% of the policing contract. And in fact, we budget for 96% of the estimated cost to account for vacancies. If there was ever a situation where there were no vacancies, we would end up being over budget. That hasn't been the case in the recent couple of years. There was a staffing plan presented to Council a few years ago in 2008, and Council at that time committed to adding 24 RCMP officers and 10 support staff over 5 years. We're past that period now, and we've added 15 RCMP and 8 support staff. The budget this year, the 5-year plan this year, has been prepared under different circumstances by the new OIC, and it includes 19 additional RCMP members and 3 support staff over the 5-year term, including 3 in 2015. We've also noted for some years that at some point we're going to have to potentially expand the police operations building. And right now that's projected for 2018 at a budget of $6.6 million, which includes design. If we were to proceed with that, we would go through borrowing, and the annual debt payments would be about $617,000 a year. There's a study budget in 2016 at a relatively smaller amount. I think it's about $40,000 to determine space requirements. So it would do more of a space needs study. But it's pretty apparent we can't continue to add staff to a building until at some point it's going to reach the capacity. We have some similar discussions around the fire station in Hammond Bay and fire planning. The 2015 financial plan is not a change at this stage from what Council has seen before in 2014. It includes the construction of a new fire station in 2015. It includes daytime staffing beginning in 2016 and full-time in 2018. And then when the annual cost to operate one of this station would be $2.0 million. We expect to provide council with additional information about alternatives during the budget deliberations. Whenever we first talk about the budget, what people want to know is, how is this going to affect my taxes? What's the outcome going to be? And at this stage, it's a little bit early to do that, but we can provide some general information. So the first thing that people need to know is that in order to determine your property taxes, you're going to need to know what your assessment changes are and what tax rates are set. The City of Nanaimo doesn't have any control out of assessments. People should be aware that they just received their property assessments at the beginning of this month, and they have until the end of this month to appeal them. And I would encourage anybody who believes that they have a problem with their assessment to contact BC Assessment and talk to them about it, because there will be no opportunity later to appeal your taxes. The only thing that you have an opportunity to impact is your assessment. And we've talked about this before. There are a number of different people who provide tax rates, the city being one of them, and the city's tax rate affects about 60% of residential taxes, with the remaining being other taxing authorities such as the regional district, the school, hospital. Property is broken down into 9 different classifications, and council will have the ability to set tax rates for each of these classifications. Within the class, there's only one rate to be permitted. So, for example, a residential class will include any kind of residential property, whether it's single family, multi, vacant land, strata. It all gets a single tax rate. Now, there's 3 there that are in a different color than the rest: residential, major industry, and business. Those 3 categories make up virtually all of the City of Nanaimo's assessment base. So, as I said earlier, there are a number of different agencies that have control over your taxes. The City of Nanaimo is the collection agency for all these others. We send out a single tax notice. The City of Nanaimo collects the money and we pay it over. In fact, we have to pay it over in many cases before we've even collected it. So it's part of our obligation as a collecting agency. This slide shows a history of the tax increases over the past 10 years and the projections that are contained in the current city budget. Just as a reminder, between 2013 and 2017 is where we've added 1% each year for the asset management. This complicated chart shows how the City of Nanaimo compares to other municipalities that are similar size and nature. This information is from the province of BC's website, and what it does is it compares what they call a representative house. So they calculate the average assessed value for a single-family home in the community, and then we calculate what the taxes are and what the user fees are. And it's important when you're talking about how your taxes or how your fees compare to other municipality that you add them all up. And the reason for that is we don't all deliver services the same way. We don't all deliver the same services. So, for example, the City of Nanaimo does water treatment. If you were to compare to another municipality, that might be done by the regional district rather than the city. So in order to really understand what the taxes are for local government services, you need to add all these things up. Some municipalities will collect off taxes what we collect off user fees. In some cases, it'll be the other way around. So this shows that for Kamloops, Kelowna, and Prince George, which are communities that we regularly compare ourselves to, the total taxes on a single-family residence are slightly lower, although the municipal taxes, those which the City of Nanaimo has control over, are a little higher. The average line that you see there is the average of the 12 municipalities closest in size to Nanaimo, which includes the other 3, but along with many others. And one of the reasons that the average is higher is that a number of those municipalities are in the Lower Mainland. They probably receive higher services than we do. So again, if you're comparing ourselves to other municipalities, I would encourage people to find out if everything is included and whether we're providing the same services. It's more difficult to compare commercial properties from one community to the next, but it's relatively clear that Nanaimo has a higher tax rate than other comparable size municipalities. And this chart shows how that falls. As for industrial taxes, we went around a 5-year program to reduce the City of Nanaimo's industrial tax rate until it became the same as the commercial tax rate. And we've now done that. In this case, I've compared ourselves to 4 other communities that have mills or had mills, operating mills that were had a coastal forest industry. We have the lowest tax rates of those municipalities. And compared to other cities and municipalities throughout the province of BC, we have relatively low industrial tax rates. It's also probably fairly important if council members aren't familiar with our assessment system. When I'm talking about major industrial tax rates, in Nanaimo, a major industry would be a mill. There wouldn't be nothing else other than something like a mill or something that serviced the pulp industry here. Other communities might have mines, but if you're thinking of light industrial properties like warehouses and that sort of thing, those would all fall into the commercial class. They would not fall into this class. So one of the important things to communicate is that just because there's general increases in assessments doesn't mean we get more money. New revenue really only comes to the city when there's new assessment. And new assessment comes from an increase in the what is referred to as inventory, which is through subdivisions or construction of new buildings. So general increases in market value don't generate more tax dollars, but they do result in them being distributed differently between classes potentially, and certainly between properties within the classes. Growth. So our projection for growth had increased from $1.2 million to $1.5 million. We're still relatively conservative going forward into 2016 and 17, although we will reassess that as the year goes on and probably adjust that for next year's. One of the things that we can do is look at building permits that we're assured to get information from BC Assessment as to what they are seeing. So the next step for council are to attend some budget review sessions. We have set up one for Wednesday, January 21st at 9 a.m. in the boardroom at the Services and Resource Centre, and a couple of others for Fridays, also morning meetings. The draft budget has been distributed to council. We can add more meetings. We've set up 3 for the time being, but if we need more, we'll add more. And the only limitation we have is the financial plan bylaw must be adopted by May the 15th. We encourage feedback from council on how they would like to review the budget. If we hear nothing else before next Wednesday or on Wednesday morning, one of our suggestion is that we start going through the budget book and review base operating budgets, and then look at project budgets. And then if there's still a desire to review, we can talk about the asset management reserve and how it's calculated. That's my presentation, Your Worship. All of this information will be posted on the city's website tomorrow morning and available to the public. Well, as I said, we're not intending to get into a lot of detail today. If council has any questions, I'll do my best to try and answer them.
Councillor Brennan.
Just a quick one, and it's just out of curiosity. The Tilray marijuana grow facility, is that taxed as industry or commercial?
I think it actually falls into the light industry category, but all those have the same tax rate as it happens now. By council
Right,
policy,
I guess so, yeah.
the 3 classes, commercial, light industry, and heavy industry, have the same tax rate. But I believe it falls into light industry because there is some manufacturing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. The question, I guess, Your Worship, is for yourself, for Brian, is in accepting and receiving this financial draft plan, am I accepting the budget there that is in the draft plan, and will taxes increase? And by supporting this report, am I supporting it? So I want to know where I stand on this, because I am not comfortable with this report at all, even though it's draft. Thank you.
So, Your Worship, I can answer that. No, in accepting this report, you're not endorsing it. You don't, in fact, endorse it until we ask, until a bylaw is adopted. We expect council to have questions. We expect council to provide input into this. This is a starting point of a discussion.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, or Mr. Clements. One of my concerns over year has been that, we're in the year that we're deciding on the actual. So in 2015, here we are deciding on the 2015 budget, of which we must complete by mid-May. And what I would like to see if the potential exists for us to entertain, and I'd like your feedback, is to commence 2016 budget deliberations in September, and they're in the last trimester of 2015, with the end goal or goal and objective is to conclude the 2016 budget by a certain December the 17th, 2015. And I anticipate that part of your answer will be, well, we are adopting the 5-year plan, of which 2016 and 17 and so on we're approving, of which we heard last Monday that when we were approving an additional several $1 million was, well, it's already in the budget. It's the 5-year plan. And so we really didn't need to come and ask for your permission and or approval. You'd already approved it. So if you're getting my questions, I'd like to do 2016 before we're in 2016. And I would like to complete the 2016 budget by the end of 2015. Can you give me your feedback on that?
Yes, through your worship. I actually quite agree with that. I would also love to have a budget adopted by the end of the previous year. I think that's ambitious, but I don't think that we should not try to do it because it's ambitious. I think we should try to get council talking about the budget. I would say October is probably the earliest that we could do that. And I also believe that if we do good 5-year planning, it will shorten the process of budget reviews. This year was challenging because there was an election which pushed everything back a little bit. But I would be more comfortable as well if we were adopting this earlier in the year.
May I just follow that up? Then would you be seeking, or to the city manager, then that would obviously require a motion?
Your worship, we don't need a motion. We'd be ready to go when we're ready to go. And I would caution you that doing a core review this year, I anticipate that you're going to not be able to complete a budget before December, that you'll want to have the results of the core review, think about that, implement it, know the impact on the budget, and make decisions in the budget based on the core review results that you would like to implement. So I would suggest that that's ambitious is at best.
Thank you.
Councillor Kep.
Oh, it's fast. I just pushed my button. Thank you. You know, it's tough for me when I see water rates 7%, 7%, 7%, and we're working hard on reducing people's use of water, but we're really, by doing that, we're really starting to reduce revenue. And so we're in a spot here that our water system's costing money to operate, where people are using less water, and of course that impacts our sewer rates too. They're up 5% for 3 years and 4% for other 2. I have a real concern that the water rates and the user fees and that, if I looked on page, I think it impacts at some $60 a year for our water rates I found in the budget here. It's concerning when those are growing external. And of course, 60% of our budget is taxes, which is $92 million. User fees make up $36 million. Other budgets, which is other governments giving us money, is $27 million. And then borrowing is 2.4, which is 1% of 161 in revenues. Our expenditures this year are going to be 171 million, so 10 million more, which we make up with transfers from surplus, and it's about $2.3 million this year. I'm concerned of the growth of the budget. It's really, it's just, I mean, I've sat here for 6 years and watched it go from about 160 million to 200. More than 200 with our RDN, and it's really hard. And I think we have to dig really deep. So I'm happy the sessions are coming up. I have a problem with the budget growth. It just continues to grow at a rate higher than inflation, higher than a lot of other things. And we're behind. We've been behind on asset management. The budget scares me, the numbers. It's hard for me to support. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just actually wanted to express the same concerns that Councillor Kipp has expressed as well. These numbers in 2016 and projected 2017 are scary to me, considering that we actually have to do. This doesn't include the RDN as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And then we won't have any idea of what their numbers are. So when you actually add that on there, these numbers are going to start looking pretty scary. So I think we're ready to roll up our sleeves and see what we can do to get these numbers down to the levels that we are. So I'm actually looking forward to our budget meeting next week as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item, Development Variance Permit, DVP 250 at 2000 Island Highway. Staff recommendation is on page 17, and it's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 250. Seeing none, we need a mover for the motion, please. Seconder, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Development Variance Permit DVP 251 at 997 Park Avenue. Staff recommendations on page 23. It's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 251. Anyone wishing to speak to DVP 251? Not seeing any. Can I have a mover for the motion, please? Seconder? Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Zoning amendment, item D, zoning amendment application number ZA1-52, general amendments, zoning amendment bylaw 2015-4500-073. Staff recommendations on page 29.
Move the recommendation that council receive the information report pertaining to the amendments to zoning amendment bylaw 4500.073.
Thank you.
Nobody
I seem
seconded
to have a wee bit of a file up in our pages here. 29 to 41. Okay. Pardon me. So this is the motion. Do we have a seconder? We do. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move
Pardon me.
zoning bylaw amendment number 2015-4500.073, that is ZA1-52, general amendments, pass first reading.
Second. Call the question. Favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move the zoning amendment bylaw 2015 number 4500.073 pass second reading, and that'll head to public hearing.
Mover? Seconder? Thank you. No discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Financial plan bylaw amendment. Staff recommendation is on page 55. We get a mover for the recommendation. So moved. Moved. Seconder? Thank you. Any discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to staff on here with regards to the last two paragraphs where an increased revenue from other sources by $600,000 and an increase in revenue from other sources to $5,237,500. Can you please be more specific with the term other sources?
Yes, Your Worship. It's explained earlier in the description where it talks about how we are adding $600,000 from private contributions and grants to fund the Port Theatre expansion project. This is essentially what we talked to Council about last week. We're just putting it into a bylaw form.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kipp.
Oh, thank you. One thing I have a trouble with, it's hard for me to find a balance sheet whenever we get this. I'd love to see those, the highlights of the, I haven't seen that for this year, the sort of the highlights for the balance or the financial statement. The other one to me, it's not always clear when we put these into the budget and it's there, What are our future liabilities with that? In these plans, when this is put in, say, for example, on page 55, under the revisions to include the Port Theatre expansion, add 600 to the budget, 6,000 in 2015, add 5 million to the budget in 2016, and 6.9 in 2017 to be funded through private contribution and grants. Council approves adding this project to the financial plan of the committee of the whole. Do we asterisk that part in the budget and put a note to it that this does not happen until they raise the money? Just so that's always in there. Because we seem to, I know I forgot sometimes that we had promised. So do we ever asterisk it or put a note, a financial note saying this specific items in 2016, 2017 are subject to?
Well, Your Worship, I'll start and Mr. Clemens can help. All the items in the budget that require council approval as we go through the year are not guaranteed until you make a recommendation to proceed. For example, tendering of work. So that would include many parts of the budget. But Mr. Clemens, for sure, in this respect, this would not be spent until they fulfill their obligations.
Perhaps just answer Mr. Kipp or Councillor Kipp's question directly. We don't put stars on the budget or anything like that, but in this particular case, we're acutely aware that council needs to approve this before it goes forward. And I think Mr. Swaby was a good point that he made that said that anything that would be tendered of this amount of money would have to come to council before any tender would occur as well. And you can be assured that just because something is in the budget doesn't mean staff will go and expend it unless we believe it's necessary.
Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the paragraph we're talking about the Port Theatre expansion project, is there any way, shape, or form where we can put in, I don't know the exact language at this point, but under the condition of they raise the 8-point-something million that's needed before this kicks in? For my comfort, I hear what you're saying that, it wouldn't happen unless, but for my comfort, I would like to see the language in some way, shape, or form under the condition of.
So, Your Worship, thank you, Councillor Yocum. That's actually the direction council has provided to staff, that this money not be brought forward to be spent until the other money is raised. So if at the end of the day they can't raise the money, we'd be back to council to say, to provide you options with what to do. But that's your direction right now, is not to proceed unless they raise the money.
Just to conclude, Your Worship, for me, crystal clear on that, but what I'm asking is, could we put it in writing on here, please? Thank you.
Can we not just put something like a note, as they do in financial statements? Yeah. Management notes?
Your Worship, we'll look at ways that we can fulfill that need.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
That was actually going to be my question. Can we put notes?
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. On page 55, Port Theatre Expansion Project, 2015, 5.1, 2016, 6.9, become line items in the budget. Do those items now reflect the percentage increase that is being forecast for 2016, 15, my apologies, 2016 and 17. I realize there's 600,000 in 2015. So does it, on our chart, it identifies what we forecast the percentage increase to be. But when we add the 5 and we add 1 and we add the 6.9, are we factoring that into the percentage increase?
So, Your Worship, there is no funding in here from property taxation. Therefore, it will not impact the property tax increase.
To be funded through private contributions and grants. So the entire project itself, from what I understand, is $12.6 million. So the monies that, and should they raise their 8 point whatever, then we're contributing 4 point something out of reserves.
Your Worship, right now the city's contribution is budgeted to come from a provincial government grant. There is no funding from property taxation or from reserves at this stage.
If at the time, Your Worship, they raise all of the money, they being the Port Theatre, on our behalf, and we don't get grant funding, council would then have to make a decision whether you would like to seek alternative funding to proceed with the project. But so currently it's proposed out of grants that we would get from the province and the feds.
So the assumption is that we'll be successful in our grant application that we spoke to last week. in the amount of for something.
That's correct. That's the way the budget has been prepared. And last week, Council endorsed an application under the Building Canada Fund, which staff are proceeding with.
Thank you. If I could just pre-arrange a get-together with you to discuss this 12.6 that's getting inserted into the budget, I'd like to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, can I call for the vote, please? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now into the bylaw section. Do you have a motion? You're great at that. I'll read the motion.
Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2015, number 7197.03, to amend Schedule A, pass first reading.
Seconded.
Second? Seeing no questions, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2015, number 7197.03, pass second reading.
Seconded.
Seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
The Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2015, number 7197.03, pass third reading.
Seconded.
Seconded. Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Yeah, thank you. Just so I'm crystal clear, I may be a little behind on this one. So will the note go in? I don't know if I got a clear answer back to my conversation a few minutes ago. So the note will go in that subject to a condition of.
No.
Your Worship, I don't know how that works. If we can put a note in the budget, we'll put a note in the budget, whether it's as a preamble to the budget or whether it's an asterisk in the budget. We'll put a note somewhere in the budget that identifies what you were asking.
So the answer is yes?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Brennan.
I know that our policy, and we did pass it, was that these votes, every time we meet, are recorded. Those in favor, those opposed. And I haven't heard you asking that. And so I'm not sure how that gets recorded.
I must say it fast. I'm sure I said opposed.
Two out of three.
But generally speaking, you would say the motion passes with Councillor Bestwick opposed. So just so that it's clear for our records, because we were specifically asked to do that by Mr. Ron Boland, I think, several years ago, and we agreed that we would. So,
thank you. Item F, direct award quarterly report, period ending December 31st. Staff recommendation is on page 59.
There's a delegation would like to speak to this.
Pardon me, I'm sorry. And there's a delegation. So before we move it and second it, we can have the delegation, if we would, please. Mr. Leon Cake, please. Show.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
My
name is Leon Cake. I reside at 5936 Schooner Way. I am part owner of Four Star Waterworks, which is in Parksville, but resides in the Regional District of Nanaimo for taxation purposes. And just so you know, all 5 of our employees live in Nanaimo. Just want to address the situation that I came back from my holidays and I looked at the city's agenda and I was looking at the quarterly direct award purchases, which is just information. So by looking at this, I guess this situation I'm addressing is the water meter supply to Corex for $69,000. Does this mean this has already been placed and they've received the order for $69,000 of water meters?
Mr. Swady?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. We're just reporting on the quarterly expenditures that are under $250,000, and this is one of them.
So this is a done deal. They've been ordered and purchased. So just want to address the situation where it says in here under your bylaw, number 3, where there is an absence of competition and no acceptable alternative or substitute exists. Well, for 5 years, I have been before the city of Nanaimo trying to get a water meter approved through my business. And the reason why I stand before City Council is I've completely exhausted what I feel all of the processes I was to follow in order to get approval. In the last 5 years, which is how long this has taken, In one of the emails I received from our city manager, there was a note given to me. I'll just read one portion. Clearly, the city's engineering standards must be reviewed to reflect best practice, and staff will welcome your support and involvement in such a process as we move forward. That was October 7th, 2014. The concern I have is there is no competition in the city of Nanaimo for water meters. So what that does is it makes the wholesale industry that has to purchase this meter from Corex for the ability to bid the contractors who do work in the city to get their quotes from Corex. So I want to give you an example of a quote to Four Star Waterworks and then one to EMCO Waterworks in Nanaimo. Same item. This was in November and October. A 4-inch water meter, which Mr. Swaby, as you saw that, the one that was installed at the fitness center, it's the same type of meter. The quote to Four Star Waterworks is $7,065. The quote to EMCO is $12,988.54, and I can give you copies of these quotes. My concern is, because we have no competition in the city for water meters, and I have a water meter under test now for almost a year, this is allowed to happen. And as a city council, because we do not allow any competition, or in my case, speaking for my company, our company, it's been 5 years trying to get an approval where the only hang-up that's left for my company is a standard. And in 2010, when I started the process with the city, that standard did not exist. That standard got wrote after I started my process. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but any standard that has a change in the city of Nanaimo as a bylaw, and I went back through all of your bylaw changes for products in the city of Nanaimo, nowhere can I find that product change, which in my case, from my understanding from the meetings I've had with the city staff, numerous meetings, that because our product does not have one standard compared to what the new city standard is, that's the only problem the city has with my meter not being accepted. That's the only thing holding back competition to a situation like this. And I'm going to give you another example. A domestic water meter, the one that you put in front of your house every day, the city goes and installs a water meter, domestic water meter. In the case of Four Star Water, we pay Corex $151.60. EMCO Nanaimo pays $291.93. The city pays about $109 for this meter. Now, I understand profitability, but at the same time, when you give exclusive rights to someone, you should be getting a respectful price to us people who have to purchase that product because there is no other competition to it. So my question to the City Council is, after 5 years, and following all the procedures that I followed through city staff and the engineering departments and the product approval and all those things, in 2010, a standard did not exist. A UL-FM standard did not exist. I've been through your bylaws. It doesn't exist. It does now. My meter does not have the UL. We have the FM, which was back in 2010, was in your standard. To put competition in Nanaimo, we need to look at this seriously, because why should we have to pay these kind of prices because the city will not look at competition? And I'd like an answer tonight, because for one person to pay $13,000, another pay to $7,000, that's ridiculous. That's manipulating the marketplace because of exclusive rights to a product. And the city has to take ownership of allowing that.
Thank you. Mr. Swaby.
Well, Your Worship, this has been a long-standing issue for Mr. Cake, and I certainly appreciate the education that he's provided myself and staff over the years. I think we do disagree on whether the standard is or isn't, or was or wasn't in the specifications. I believe my review with Mr. Cake, it was identified that it actually was in some of the schedules attached to the specifications. Could we have done a better job? Absolutely. Do we require a water meter that has 2 certifications, of which the one Mr. Cake represents doesn't? Yes, that's true. And it's our engineering staff's opinion that that's important, that it have both certifications. Mr. Cake had written me a letter, which I have, that indicates his company is very close, and this was 6 months ago, to having the second certification approved, which was very encouraging because that would allow us to actually reconsider that water meter as part of the specifications. Now, the water meter that Mr. Cake's talking about does come with other aspects to it that we're not entirely sure that are in the taxpayers' best interest in terms of how they operate. They operate off of a battery, as do ours, but they're a different mechanism that runs off the battery. So there's those issues that we would have to come to grips with as well. But the main issue is the certification, the underwriter survey, the UF and the FM and the UL certification. And currently they do not have that specification. And if they do, then we would have a second look at it.
So just to clarify that standard, that ULFM standard, the city's meter now has to have that standard because they need to put a product in front of their meter called a strainer. We're non-mechanical. We have no devices that have to be protected. So the FM and UL portion is the strainer. So for us, from what Mr. Swaby says, we don't require the standard because it's not required because we haven't got a strainer. The battery life is the same. The warranties are all the same. My issue is by the city, after 5 years of doing this, has now allowed Corex the ability to charge higher prices to whatever wholesaler they want to deal with that are very, very unreasonable over a standard. So what I'm asking Mayor and Council is for the city to bring this back for discussion, to look at this again, because I did have an engineer come out and meet with Mr. Goodall. It was a positive meeting. It was related to that, from my understanding of the conversation, that he didn't have an issue with the meter. There was politics attached to it. These are the politics right here. Being able to have one wholesaler pay $13,000 and another one pay $7,000 for products that you guys will only have one style of product. It's not fair.
Your Worship,
for 5 years, I am the only wholesaler that has pursued a meter in the city of Nanaimo. I don't know who else has spent as much time and effort to try to get approved and then get hung up on something that I recognize the city says I need to have, but the product doesn't require it. It's an AWWA standard. It's not required.
Your Worship, I do appreciate the frustration Mr. Cake has, but I'd like you to think of this as something that you see every day as light standards in the road. And one of the things that if we open this up to other water meters, then you open it up for other costs associated with inventory and having to deal with each type of water meter that you may have. So that we do like to go very slowly. We do like to ensure that other communities are using them of our similar size and have done testing and are satisfied with the product. And we don't have that that comfort level yet, given that it's not certified the same as our existing water meters. And that's why we are going slow.
So this water meter's been under test for a year now. What, at the end, if it succeeds, what's going to happen then?
Well, Your Worship, we certainly were waiting for Mr. Cake's latest assumption that he was going to be certified with the other UL or the FM, whichever one I couldn't have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I haven't heard back for that. And then we will have to have a discussion about whether it's worthwhile to open up our standards to include another water meter to consider.
Thank you. So you're having this tested by an outside testing laboratory, is that?
It's called a UL approval. It's a standard that you apply for. In the case of what we're doing, we don't need that standard because we're not a mechanical device. We don't measure the same way as what you currently use as a water meter. Our maintenance costs, our efficiency, the measurement that we met, we're superior to what you're using right now. It's proven. The issue is after 5 years and hearing Mr. Swaby tonight, following the process of the product's approval and all those things, to hear tonight that that you're standardizing on one and you prefer one and you are indicating to me that you can exhaust yourself, but you might just get to the point where the end of the road is you're back at the beginning. This issue is charging people too much money, and you're not doing anything about it. Maybe not be a water meter approval. It's about the ability for this company to charge unreal prices in any way they want. And anybody on council here would probably be upset if they bought a car in Parksville for $5,000 and the same car was charged for $10,000 from the same owner. Sure, there's a free world out there of writing the price what you want, but not to our wholesale industry. We have to compete here in Nanaimo. We have to buy this off of them and sell it to IWC or Winley. But when one guy's at a $6,000 disadvantage, that's criminal. And in the case of what Mr. Swaby's saying tonight, if I had UL tomorrow, would I be approved after 5 years? And I can show you these stacks of emails and the meetings and all the discussions and probably a lot of the, people getting pissed off. But surely to God, the city wants competition in its products, superior products. The industry's changing, and the city needs to say, well, we need to look at these things. Well, for 5 years you have. You've had a test meter. It's been operating. Never been an issue. It reads. It bills. Well, because I haven't got that standard, which I'd like to prove you wrong, Mr. Swaby, on that 2010 issue, because I've gone through all your stuff. And if anybody reads city stuff, I do. But I'd like city council to address this.
Thank you very much. Is there a question for the delegation?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Cake. Not very familiar with any of this, this meter, etc. So just so I'm crystal clear, right now this Corex has a monopoly in our town, in our city, and local companies aren't able to participate from some regulations, etc.
We have to buy the meter from them. So if there's a city meter required for any project, we have to go to them to buy it. So they can charge us whatever they want, as I just indicated.
Yes.
AMCO gets charged this much. The reason why I don't get charged as much because I know the real cost of that product, probably because the industry, I understand the industry. But that's too much fluctuation, $6,000. That puts them at a huge disadvantage to bid competitively to all the contractors. When you've got that advantage, and you don't even exist in our city, you don't have an employee here, you don't pay taxes here.
They don't.
That's a big issue to me.
So just to conclude, Your Worship, thank you. So I'm disturbed to hear not your report, but about this company that's not contributing to our city. Probably a really decent contract. So they're being the judge and jury over water. So to conclude, the previous, which you were probably in the audience, was a budget that's going to come forward in the next little bit by May 15th, which right now I'm definitely not going to be supportive. We got to find ways as a city to reduce taxes and the water rates, etc. And we got to get creative. So I'd encourage the staff to work with people like Mr. Cake, etc., and other people out there so we can get these rates down. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cake, I have a question for you. During the last round of look at the Corex contract, I spoke to a number of different suppliers. Is it my understanding that the industry, that pricing changes day to day?
No.
No?
No. PVC pipe has been established. It used to be the industry product that was up all over the place, but the industry has flattened itself out now because the Canadian dollar is what it is. You know, the oil industry is what it is. So that relates, the fluctuations stay the same. Products increase probably 5 to 7%, maybe every second year. But there's no huge spikes, not like what I've just pointed out to you here. It's an unfair advantage for people to have to pay this. There needs to be established competitiveness. You need competitiveness. If no one in this room does not go to Quality Foods one day and Thrifty's the next, or way over to Costco to see if they're getting competitive prices, probably they wouldn't have any money to buy additional things in their family. It's a competitive world.
I have to say I've always had problems with proprietary products, and thank you very much. Thank you for coming for your presentation. Receive the delegation.
So moved.
All those in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Thank you.
So, but I do have a question for staff.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I've kind of been observing Mr. Goodall, and can you comment on the reasons for our standard and why we have the standard that you have to meet both those requirements?
Well, there are two different standards that they're referencing, the UL, and it's the UL that this meter doesn't have. And when you look at the two standards, there are different testing protocols that you require to get those standards. And our staff's review of those indicate that the UL is still important, and we still feel that the meter should be UL rated.
I see. So that's our advice from our staff is that we really should have the two standards be met.
At this time, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if Mr. Cake were to meet those two standards, both standards, then he could bid on the...
Not necessarily. So currently, we have one approved meter type at the city, and that's a census meter. So that's why when Mr. Cake indicates that the purchases are all going through one supplier, which is Corex, that has the census meters for British Columbia. That's why all the meters are being purchased through them, because currently they're all census meters.
Okay, so, and they meet the standards that we set?
Yes, they do.
Okay. On the Corex contract, I think it's important that we remember that we had an audit, and maybe through you to the city manager or to our finance manager. I forget that guy's name. I know he hates me. I can't remember the company that did the KPMG. Okay. We had an audit, and the results of the audit were that the contract with Corex gave us the best deal. Is that right? And generally, all things considered.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I would say that the result of the contract was that we were getting good value from our agreement with Corex. They did note some deficiencies, which we've undertaken to correct as a result of the audit. It's probably important, though, to note that Corex, the water meters are not part of that agreement. They were separate from the agreement because they were proprietary at the time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kipp.
I would like to, I mean, this could take forever. I've been involved in this from day one. The KPMG report, which I was one of the people asked for it, we were promised three things when council signed off on Corex. That was the best price, the least amount of paperwork, and technical advice. That's what I asked that we were given and we voted on. So when I pushed for the KPMG report on our purchasing, I was really extremely disappointed with Mr. Gunn's work that he did on it. I had a 12-page report that he didn't want to accept. He went out and met with staff prior to the complainants and actually set a standard of questions that the staff thought were really good. It had nothing to do with what we were promised as council. In fact, it failed in the one with the reduced paper. It failed on not having paperwork in order. And I have copies of the report here in front of me if someone would need it, if they want to refuse it. I have copies now from Freedom of Information where we weren't getting the best prices. There was comparative prices in Cumberland that were cheaper. Our staff even had the wrong report, and I know Mr. Cake has the paper. Our staff reported that the Cumberland deal was, it was this way, and it was totally wrong. I am absolutely disappointed with this ULFM. It's two separate standards, and it is not both. And our city MOESS, which is our Manual of Engineering and Subdivision Standards, needs to be redone, needs to be looked at, needs to be done fast because we have such old standards in it. I have some papers here. I'll put together a report, and it probably should go in camera, about pricing, about the report, the KPMG report. In my view, it was never satisfactory. It was pushed forward. The staff set the program up of what they would value to suit their needs. It wasn't what I was promised as a councillor, and that is the best price, that is the most or the least amount of paperwork, down to 52 invoices. We have over 900. I have one section of invoices that has 9 printings, 3 printings of 9 invoices with the same invoice number, the same job, and a whole bunch of different orders on it. Hard to look at. Mr. Gunn could have cared less that I had information on that. I thought KPMG did a terrible job on that. And
So, Your Worship, Mr. Goodall just let me know that one of the issues that he identified when he first arrived, because he was faced with the water issues right away, was that, in his opinion, the specifications needed some second looks at, and one of them was the water meter issue, and that we've retained a consultant to actually review our water meters and where to go, and maybe you can speak to that.
Can I finish up? Census has given us information in January 2011 that their meter that we were ordering is going out of production and there'll be no more. Yet we were sold meters days later. And these are meters with problems with brass, and they have pollution problems in them. Our pricing is fluctuating. Even stuff that I talk about goes into my file. I mean, this process of purchasing will need a real review in my mind, and how our system is run and how dated it is. So I think I'll bring a lot of this. This probably has to go in camera, in my view, with this pricing and things. It just probably shouldn't. I mean, I've got in-camera reports that state we're getting the best prices, and then I've got emails from our staff saying they're really disappointed that we're not getting the best prices. I'm tired of people not listening to me on stuff that's going absolutely wrong. I'm really sorry. It's so frustrating with this purchasing and what's been put in front of me for the last 3 years. It's really, really disturbing. And I mean, it's thousands of pages of freedom of information that I have. And I don't know how to do it any further and how to break this system down where it's monopolized, we're not getting the best deal. Our people don't even check prices. We're not competitive. We don't even fool
Your Worship,
around.
I believe this is going beyond what I would call a reasonable assessment of staff's ability to do our job, and I don't actually appreciate it, and I think that it is not fair
I'm
for
allowed
staff.
to have my opinion. I was told that by Mr. Roper, by other people that we
Councillor
have.
Kipp, the city manager is speaking, please.
I believe, Your Worship, if there's some issues about personnel issues, we should be in camera.
Thank you.
Individual personnel. It's a process that's flawed, not the individual people. The process is flawed. I'm not attacking an individual. I'm attacking a whole bunch of process. The process is flawed.
For the sake of the new councillors, Mr. Swaby, can you advise when that contract is up, that 5-year contract is up? This has been a very contentious contract right from the get-go.
Your Worship, we don't recall exactly which month it is, but we believe it expires at some point this year.
Your Worship, just to reiterate what Mr. Clemens said earlier, though, is the water meters are not part of that contract and are proprietary, and we'd be in the same situation regardless.
No, and we definitely strayed off of the original item on the agenda. There's no doubt about that. Thank you. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Okay, so motion's on page 59. Staff recommendation is on page 59, pardon me. Do we have a mover? Move. Seconder? Seconder? All those in favor? Opposed? Pardon me, do you have a question, Councillor Hong?
Yeah, I was just going to have a question after.
Thank you. Can we have the revote, please? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Fuller, Kipp, and Bestwick opposed. Thank you. Next item. Pardon me, Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment to staff. Can we, when we get these next time, can you tell me where this comes out of our budget? Like actually just what department? Because it would be really nice because I see this RDN district for the fall. I'd like to actually know where that comes from, if that was actually budgeted or not budgeted, or if it was something. Just more information would be much greatly appreciated.
That would be easy to do, Your Worship. We can
Thank you.
do that in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, G, Strategic Plan Implementation Progress Report. The motion is on page 62. Do I have a mover? Move. Seconder? Discussion. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. We're receiving the strategic plan implementation program for information with the status update where we are. And we are coming to the conclusion of our strategic plan. So moving forward, next steps for the next strategic plan and carrying forward, I'm sure the items that haven't been completed yet, I think there's 7 or 8 of them, something like not very many. So Ms. Hartley, can you please explain what our next steps are for the next phase of the strategic plan?
Yes, we had a conversation who assisted us the first time with our corporate strategic plan, assisted council. And we talked about where the strategic plan update might fit in the context of a potential core services review, which would potentially have public input into the review. Mr. Balmer suggested that we wait for that community input prior to updating the strategic plan. So at this point, we're considering likely the update would occur in the fall, and that most of the uncompleted items would have an opportunity to still be completed by that date.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. The motion is on the floor. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Item H, Nanaimo Economic Development Corporation Nominating Committee. The recommendation is on page 72. And it's first off to appoint the 2015 Nanaimo Economic Development Corporation Nominating Committee, consisting of at least 2 members of council and a member of the Regional District of Nanaimo Board. And number 2, authorize the nominating committee to select 1 or 2 members of the public to assist in the nomination process. Do we have a mover?
I will move that.
Move it. Do we have a seconder? Second? Discussion. Councillor Yoakum.
No, thank you, Worship. So this evening, are we looking forward to appoint members this evening after even the conversation we had earlier in the day? So is that still the direction right here?
I'm sorry.
Are we looking to appoint 2 members of our council, which of course I can read after, even though we had a conversation this morning or this afternoon at 4 o'clock? Are we still proceeding with this?
Yes, we would have to, yes.
Your Worship, just to clarify, this is for the nominating committee only, not actually to choose they would provide the nominations for you to consider.
Oh, so this is be a place to put someone's name forward?
Like a selection committee, if you will.
Okay, I'd like to put Gord's name forward.
Pardon me?
Gord's name forward as a council member.
Okay. Councillor Fuller? Do we have any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate myself.
Councillor Beswick?
And may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
When we identify a member of the regional district, given that members of this council are also regional district directors, is it mandatory that we have a non-city member at the regional district on this appointment committee?
Your Worship, I don't believe it is, but our recommendation, because some other jurisdictions contribute to the function, is that you would provide them the opportunity to be on the board, or on the selection committee, sorry.
So that would be area A.
B. Gabriel is B, area A is out here in Extension, Cedar.
Well, it's H, is it not?
No, A, B, C is Cedar. Yeah. B is Gabriel, A is Cedar.
Yeah.
C is Extension, and that East Wellington.
And those
contribute to our
contribute
NEDC.
to this. Great, thank you. Councillor Thorpe, or no, Councillor Kipp.
No.
Okay. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I noticed the recommendation reads consisting of at least 2 members of council. That being the case, I would like to nominate Councillor Pratt
Okay. Anyone else?
Three now, isn't it?
Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Worship. I'd also like to nominate Councillor Hong, but for the regional district appointment. I just heard what Ted said, but considering we are the predominant funder of NEDC, I have no problem with us taking that spot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Oh, no, sorry. I pushed the button by mistake.
Okay, Councillor Brennan.
I'd just like to say that the cities can nominate more than the two members, and so you wouldn't have to use the regional district nomination for the city. The city could take up 7, they could take up 9, and then that would leave appointing someone from the region, because they do pay, so they really are entitled to some recognition of that. They could take their money and go home if they don't get representation. And I think there was a revolution fought sometime in the 1700s sometime, no taxation without representation. So I really think that after 300-400 years, we should learn that lesson, take it to heart.
You're absolutely correct. According to what I see of the motion, it says consisting of at least 2 members. So there's no issue with having to vote on the item. So, having said that, do we have an intent to appoint any members of the RDN to the nominating committee? Councillor Bestwick.
Well, it would be prudent if we can have, as I understand, as many appointees, a minimum of 2 plus 1, then if Fuller, Pratt, Hong, and Bestwick wish to sit as appointees from this table, and we invite Howard Houle, Maureen Young, and Alec McPherson, I think those are the 3 representatives of those regional district areas. If any one of those 3 would like to participate, then we accept their participation. If they choose not to, then we have our minimum requirement of 2 covered off.
Correct. So you would like to amend the motion to read that we appoint Fuller, Bestwick, Pratt, and Hong, and that we invite Hooley, McPherson, and Young.
And invite one of those 3 to the table.
1 of 3. Do you have that? Very good. And item 2, to authorize the nominating committee to select 1 or 2 members of the public to assist the nomination process. I don't think we need to do them, Sari Adam. I can't see the need for that. So doing them together, 1 and 2. Oh, pardon me. Councillor Fuller.
How would we select the 2 members of the public to assist? Like, how do we go about selecting the 2 members of the public?
Your Worship, if I can indulge you, in the past, what we've done is we have a meeting with the councillors selected for the nomination committee first, and then those councillors will propose someone from the public, in which case they will be invited to be part of the committee as well. So council may choose to do that tonight if you have somebody in mind, or you can do it on the first meeting that could be scheduled to discuss the nominating committee.
Can you tell me, Mr. Ferrero, can you tell me what's the expected duration of the existence of this committee?
If my memory doesn't fail me, I think last time what we've done is we had 1 meeting to determine who will be in the nomination committee, which is the meeting that I'm referring to. Then we advertise on the newspapers for people to be nominated to the board. And then there was 1 extra meeting to discuss who will be the successful candidates. So I believe it wasn't more than 3 meetings that we had, 2 or 3 meetings, Your Worship.
Over a period of?
Over the period that we have enough time to advertise and receive I received the applicants to the no.
1 month, perhaps?
I would probably say that's pretty good, yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you. So, no further speakers, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. Item I, unresolved building deficiencies. To be introduced by Director of Community Development, Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Worship, I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation just to introduce this item this evening. I'll just ask Matt if he can bring it up on the screen for you. And it's very brief because it's just 1 page, but I wanted to just take a moment to talk to Council about these reports. This is a report that you'll find coming forward regularly on your Council agenda. If not every Council meeting, I would say most Council meetings, I'll be here with a report seeking Council resolution for what we call Section 57 notices. So, given we have some new Council members on Council, I just wanted to take a brief opportunity just to talk a little bit about Section 57s, why we do them, what we try to achieve, and why we think they're important. First of all, just where does the authority come from? They're called Section 57s because it's Section 57 of the Community Charter. And the section basically says if a building inspector observes or discovers that there's a contravention, he or she can make a recommendation to Council that there be a notice placed on title. And that contravention can be to a municipal bylaw, or it could be to, for example, to the building code itself. What's important is that the section does say that in order for a notice to be placed on title of a property, there is actually a resolution that is required from Council. Now, we have 2 common applications that you'll see in the report, and we try to itemize each report with why we're here specifically in front of Council. But the 2 common streams are that there's been a contravention of the building code or a bylaw, maybe there's been an addition or some construction without the necessary permits or inspections, and staff are unable to retroactively issue permits. The second and the more common one is that we bring forward recommendations for notice on title with what we call authorization of secondary suites, and this is somewhat unique to Nanaimo. Back in 2005, when secondary suites were legalized in the community, Council of the day recognized that there was a long existing list of suites that were already established in the community, that it was important that those units be made safe, but they allowed to be retained. So Council's current policy is as long as you address the life safety issues in those existing pre-2005 suites, you put a notice on title. And why we do a notice on title is because we cannot go back in retroactively and issue a building permit for these units, because that would actually require some amount of deconstruction. You'd actually have to strip down to the walls and be able to inspect all the work. In this policy, we're comfortable that the life safety issues are addressed, and we at that time recommend that the notice be placed on title. So you'll see some come forward in the report, and the report this evening has a couple of these specific cases. Now, why do we do it? Really, it's about liability in protecting taxpayers from potential claims is the one reason. The second is really to put potential purchasers on notice that there's been some work done on a property that may have been done without the necessary permits or approvals. A couple of the common questions I get, what actually appears on title, and all that appears on title is that there's a note that says this title is subject to a Section 57 notice from the community. It doesn't have any detail about what that is. So when someone pulls a title and they see that note, they actually have to contact our department, and we provide to them the background of why that notice is there. The second is a common question is, can the notice ever be removed? Yes, technically, if the issue that gave rise to the notice has been resolved. So if there's some amount of construction that's been done without a permit, and we're able to go back in and do some inspection and get a permit issued, then we could theoretically be able to remove the notice. In the case we're talking about with suites, that would actually require a substantial amount of deconstruction, and it's very uncommon that once we put a notice on title that we ever take that notice off. Now, in terms of practice, you'll see this evening, I think there's 4 or 5 items in your report this evening. Each time we bring this forward, we notify, obviously, the property owners that we'll be coming forward for a recommendation of notice. And at the meeting, the mayor will call if there's anybody in the audience who's interested to speak to those items, and that anybody who feels they're impacted by the notice is welcome to come forward and make a presentation to council. Your Worship, unless there's any questions, that's the end of my presentation.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Just a question regarding work completed without permit that could be a health and safety issue or a serious safety concern. Does the city have any other recourse beyond putting this notice of title on the property?
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. That was a good question. I did mean to touch on that. No, this is not necessarily the end of the road. So if there is something serious that our inspectors find and they believe that it's a life safety issue, we will come forward with this step. I often recommend there's a notice of title, but there are other options where we can come forward and have council provide what's either what's termed a remedial action order. Basically, you're giving an order to give somebody a finite amount of time to address this issue, or a removal order to actually remove the contravention. So depending on the issue and the severity of it, we may be back with further steps on these, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
So once you put the notice on title, does it affect the ability of the owner of the home to get insurance?
Your Worship, we have not, that's certainly not been our experience. We've had problems with insurance. We do occasionally have concerns from lending institutions, from banks with mortgages, not as much our local lending institutions because they are familiar with our secondary sweep program. They're familiar with why we put notices on title. But occasionally when we get lenders from outside of the province, they will have questions. To address that, we do have summaries of each notice on the property that staff have, that if we get contacted, we're able to provide, and generally those respond to the questions. Sorry, that's sort of a long answer, but there's no experience that we've had with insurance.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we're going to go to delegations, but I want to read the recommendation that Council by resolution instruct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice respecting the properties listed below at the Land, Title and Survey Authority of British Columbia under Section 57 of the Community Charter. The first one being 41 to 25 Mackey Road, work completed to repair deck and structure without a permit. Is there anyone wishing to speak with respect to the unresolved building deficiencies on this property? 4125 Mackey Road. Seeing none. Next one is 847 Douglas Avenue. Authorization of a secondary suite. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to council concerning this property? Seeing none. Move on to the next. Number 3, 114 Camp Place. Authorization of a secondary suite. Anyone wishing to speak to this property? Seeing none. Number 4, 110 Camp Place, construction of a secondary suite without a permit. Anyone wishing to speak to 110 Camp Place? Seeing none. Do we have a mover for the staff's recommendation? So moved. Moved. Seconder? No, seeing no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. No one opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Number 9, Community Services. Temporary outdoor art selections. To be introduced by Councillor Brennan, Chair of the Cultural Committee and Heritage Commission. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the report speaks for itself. This is the temporary outdoor public arts that have been selected by our committee. This is, I'm not sure how many years we've been doing this, but it's something that's really been appreciated by the community. And you'll see that there's several items on the agenda tonight about our heritage and culture. I think it shows how important this is to our community And so I would move, unless the staff has something to add to this. And then I'll make the motion.
In fact, there's a presentation.
Through your worship, Chris Barkwit, who is our Culture and Heritage Coordinator, is going to do a presentation on the 2015 temporary installations.
Just one moment. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, the temporary program showcases artwork providing unique and exciting experiences for both visitors and residents in Nanaimo. The temporary program has become very popular due to some of the more recent projects having interactive elements built into their design. Most notably is the Nanaimo frame located at Maffeo Sutton Park, which has become a popular photograph opportunity, especially during the summer months. The temporary art program was designed to showcase selected projects for a limited length of time, up to a year or sometimes longer, with arrangements made with the artists. The program was established in 2010 through a partnership with the Nanaimo Art Gallery and has since continued today. In November, the City of Nanaimo received 17 artist submissions. This was a dramatic increase from 2014, where only 3 proposals were submitted. What is also very unique to the 2015 temporary call for artists was the attention and interest from artists across the country, some of which work has been recognized internationally. The recommendations before you are an excellent balance and mix of both local and nationally recognized artists. If approved, the next steps would include working with the artists and staff to ensure the projects are installed in the most appropriate and safest manner, which would allow for the interaction with the viewers that has made this program so successful. And as you can see on the chart there, we're in the January process. Following the listed criteria, the working group thoroughly reviews and discusses each submission. With so many strong submissions this year, the group was pleased with the high level and number of high-level quality submissions and collaborations from our local artists, highlighting the level and expertise within and around Nanaimo. So one of the first recommendations before you today is Hollow Tree. Hollow Tree, the group strongly felt that this project works extremely well with the context of its proposed location. The project was described as both experiential and abstract, but would yet be familiar to the viewer. And if you can see from the, I don't know if you can tell from the picture, but it's a hollow tree where the viewer or the people interacting with the piece would be able to go inside the structure, look up. Children could get a sense of what it would be like being in a tree, but it's not a natural, it's not wood. It would be made out of free-coated steel. Next is Coming Soon by a local artist, Jason Gress. It's philosophically based. It was described as creating a suspended utopia that would have the power of building the public buzz. The artist is attempting to highlight these phenomena, coupled with the ever-present notion that everyone is allowed to form their own opinion about public art. Some past pieces about Jason Gress, if you're thinking about the quality of work. Jason Gress is the artist that has done the frame. And I think those before me, everyone knows what the frame is. And if you've been on Instagram or Facebook, thousands of people around the world know what the Nanaimo frame is. The next is Embarking. Embarking, the artist wanted to display the idea of departing, arriving, migrating, traveling, and discovering new horizons. It represents a boat's hull floating in the clouds. It's made out of recycled materials, and the artist, Mark Walter, is from Quebec. So the fact that we're getting these international and nationally acclaimed artists looking at Nanaimo and the program, and especially a temporary art program, is quite a feat in itself. The next one is Tall Crabs. It's a fun and interesting take on the waterfront. The finish will be rust patina and steel. Part of our temporary program, again, it's only installed for a year. We did, again, have a really popular piece by a local artist, the famous crab that was down at Maffeo Sutton Park. So here we have some tall crabs that may be able to replace that and evoke the same interest and popularity that that last piece has done. Next is Infrarolf, aluminum polyurethane resin and fiberglass matte LEDs. The artist is Tanya Hart from Toronto area. And the proposed location for this is quite unique. You've got a natural sort of element with in the wolves, but we're proposing to put this in an urban setting to sort of spark that interest and raise that excitement about the piece. Next, we were very pleased to see this submission by another local artist, Joel Good. And Joel Good currently has a piece in our temporary collection noted as Spindle Whirl, which is also located at Maffeo Sutton Park. Dancing Eagle would be a wood-carved panel hung on a wall. Joel Good, he is a local artist, but he has become nationally acclaimed. He was one of the first West Coast artists, the only West Coast artist this past year to be recognized in the Assembly of First Nations across Canada. So to highlight that local talent and hopefully inspire others to participate in the program is a really important element as well. The last recommendation that's before you is Solstice, and it's a collaboration between local artists. And this is pretty unique for a temporary public art program, is to see a collaboration happen. Usually a single artist would participate, but this time we have a collaboration between Elizabeth Welburn and Sam and Derek Houston. It's stainless steel and glass mosaic. Their last noted piece that they have participated in a few years ago was the Gates of Opportunity, which was located down in McGregor Park across from the Port Theatre. Again, their pieces have great presence and high quality, and we were really happy to see the caliber of submissions that came through. So that's the end of this year's recommendations, so if there's any further questions.
Yes, we have a couple of questions for you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris and Suzanne. Just on number 5, the Infrarolf.
Yeah.
How many of them are there? And question 1 and question 2, its proposed location is a downtown rooftop.
Downtown rooftop.
Is that a competition for this? Is it which rooftop? That probably doesn't matter, I guess, but one that's very visible.
One that's visible. Some of the proposed rooftops that we're talking about would be around the Diana Krall Plaza, something to draw attention to that space, something that it would jump out at them if they were walking by. So it would be noticeable, but you'd have to see it.
There's lots of cougars down there. I don't know about Wilson. Just sorry. The downtown rooftop. How many? It says dimensions vary.
I believe that the number of wolves is highlighted in that picture, and it looks like there might be 6 in total.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was an example of the type of. So 1, 2, 3. So, oh.
Yeah. Some of the projects sorry, Councillor Bestwick, some of the projects that are proposed with the temporary public art program, some have been on display, and the artist is bringing them to us. Some are being created just for the purpose of the program.
Is this one of the ones that's being created just for the purposes?
This, I believe, is one that has been created and would be located here.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I had pretty much the same question as Councillor Bestwick, but I still can't grasp how people on the ground are going to see something on a roof.
So these items here are backlit through LED. So it would be during the day, it might be a little bit obscure, but at night they're going to really pop and really jump out at the public. And I think create that buzz, not jump out literally, but they'll create that interest and that buzz that so many of our temporary public art pieces have captured, which again makes this program so successful.
So they're going to be at the edge of the roof?
Yeah, we're hoping to place them in a place that they will be visible.
Put them in Diana Krall Plaza, you'll stop people from urinating in there.
Oh, Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Chris. Just a question, how many actually local artists applied? Like in the Vancouver Island region, we'll call local.
There were 17 submissions. I believe there was maybe 6 or 7 proposals that came from local or Vancouver Island-based artists. We accepted, or the committee decided to recommend the 3 submissions, But with the collaboration there, it would be five local artists having the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the report, Mr. Barfoot. A question I'd have in regards to the, these are great, and with the frame, because that was very, everyone knows and enjoys the frame. What happens to the frame from here on in?
So the frame is a unique piece. So the opportunity the artist has, the artist retains ownership of the piece, and after a year, the artist can reclaim the piece or they can donate it back to the city. Jason Gress decided, based on the popularity of the frame, that it would be donated back to the city. It goes back to the committee and back to council to decide whether we're going to accept that piece. Decision would be based on durability, cost to maintain. These pieces are they're designed and built to last a year. Jason Gress's frame is built out of wood, so there was some deterioration. So it went to commission and back to council for the decision of whether we would want to take that on. The lifespan of the frame, we're hoping to get, Jason's excited that maybe we'll get a few more years out of it.
Okay, and my second question would be, Your Worship, really quick here, thank you, is the wolf, with a previous conversation on the wolves, I hope it's not an LED bylaw infraction. Is it? Kidding. Kidding, that's great.
Okay. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chris and Suzanne. I think the temporary outdoor art initiative is really exciting and adds a lot to our city, and especially the downtown area. My question is, what is in the budget? What is your budget or has been your budget for this project?
So this project has a yearly budget of approximately $20,000. Because we didn't have such the interest last year, we were able to carry forward some of the funds that weren't spent from the previous year into this year, which allowed us to, because this year we had so many proposals, to recommend 2 more.
Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I would just like to say also thank you for your good work, and I always really enjoy going down to the waterfront and to the other areas to have a look and see what we've added this year. Wondering about the crab. What's happening with the crab?
So, Your Worship, there is an opportunity if council would like to retain or get back the crab. I know the Port Authority is also interested in having it back for some reason, I guess because of the crab dock. So there's an opportunity if we'd like to jointly go after repurposing that.
Thank you. I know my grandchildren will be very happy if that happens.
That's great. Councillor Bestwick.
Has the crab been donated to, has the artist said we'd like to donate that back to the city, or?
No. There is a repurchase price for that one.
So not quite as generous as the frame guy. So if the Port Authority would like to acquire it, are we giving them the first opportunity to acquire it?
Your Worship, this came up at the last Port liaison meeting where they also indicated they would like to pursue getting the crab and cost share with the city.
Amazing. Councillor Fuller.
Well, maybe some incentive for him to get us to purchase it might be for him to build a giant crab trap that people can actually get inside and put it with the crab.
What's interesting is that you're not far off. There is a very giant lobster trap in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, that kids actually climb into. It's awesome.
Can you get out?
Seeing no further questions, can we get a mover for the recommendation, which is on page 79? Okay. Second. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank Mr. Barfoot for so ably presenting this tonight.
Thank you.
You were able to answer all of our questions and anticipate what they might have been, and so thank you very much. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Well, it's because they live for this stuff.
And why not? And why not?
Very good job. So we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. All right. Next item to be introduced by Councillor Brennan. It's the 2015 operating grant recommendations. Councillor Brennan is the chair of the Cultural Committee and Heritage Commission. We do have a delegation. Would you care to introduce it first before we hear our delegation, if we could, please?
Yeah, I'll just say that there's a committee, a subcommittee of the Culture and Heritage Committee that reviews all of the applications for operating grants, and they use their expertise and their knowledge to bring back these recommendations that were brought back to the committee. I don't know if staff has something to add to that.
No, thank you. We do have a delegation. Ms. Shalima Gant, could you please come down?
Hello, Happy New Year, Mayor and Council. I have to remember I've never been here in person. It's kind of much easier at home. You can sit on cushions. But I just wanted to answer a couple questions about the process of how the funding of cultural grants is issued. The Nanaimo African Heritage Society has been in the community for 15 years. We have done very, very hard work. We bring a social and economic and value to our community. Our community at whole really responds to the Nanaimo African heritage and the culture and keeping the pioneers of this great British Columbia alive. Many people don't know a lot of the information about Black history and the contribution that right here in our province, without some of the pioneers that came here, we wouldn't even have this province. So I just wanted to say, when I looked at the grant, this was the first time someone called me and called it to my attention and said, oh, look at what they're giving you this year, the society. So I'm asking the council to take a look at this budget and what has been recommended to the Nanaimo African Heritage Society and reconsidering the amount they're giving the society, that it's a worthwhile society in the community. I want to direct my questions right now to Councilman Brennan, who is the chairperson of this committee, and I'd like to ask you, what is the process? How do you give so little to some and so much to bigger organizations?
Well, Ms. Gant, I wasn't on that committee. I wasn't part of the, or I am the chair of the Culture Committee, but I was not on this subcommittee. So I'm going to turn, if you don't mind, I'm going to turn that over to staff and ask them what they know about the criteria that the committee applied.
Go ahead.
So, through your worship, hi Shalima, Happy New Year back. I can speak to the process and how that occurs. So what happens is that there was a subcommittee this year made up of 5 representatives from the Culture and Heritage Committee. So there was 2 members from the Heritage Commission and 3 members from the Culture Committee who go through all of the grants painstakingly against the criteria that's outlined in the application forms. As with every year, there's a lot, way more applicants and dollars being asked for than there is funding, of course. And so based on the criteria, they take a look at the previous year's work. The financials play a large role into it, and the final report. And each of the committee members makes their recommendation for a dollar amount, of which that gets averaged, and then an amount gets recommended to the commission for approval. And then to council.
Thank you.
Well, the Nanaimo African Heritage Society, last year we were able to receive other funding because of what we had received from the city. The city is a great part of any other funding that we apply for. This year, we have not. We asked the grant, we asked the operating grant for $2,500. We kept in mind that there were a lot of people that you had to issue funding to. So we asked the city for $2,500 for the operating grant, and we asked for $5,000 for the festival. Our festival goes from January 29th right on through to February. And as I said, it brings quite a few people from other provinces, other countries, and we invite the whole community to come out. So it's quite valuable. But when you look at the budget as a whole, and you're giving one particular person, one particular organization, $90,000, when we only ask for 25, and only ask for 25, and then you tell us that we have the opportunity to apply for 3 years. That has never been answered for 3 years for me. Every time the society has applied for 3 years, we have never got a response to that 3-year application, and yet that application is put forward. So this year, the society was issued $600. Who do you pay? What staff do you pay for $600? That doesn't even pay for the rental of the city's facility for the finale event. I'm just wondering, why is our society looked at as one of the less important societies of that whole chart?
Through your worship. So again, the process isn't that staff make recommendations around the funding. It does go through a subcommittee of the Culture and Heritage Commission. And again, it's based on the application and how it meets the criteria. I know one of the questions, and if I may speak to it around, we do have a large funding dollar amount that is given to the symphony. Just to take us back a couple years ago, is that the symphony actually came to council about 2 years ago with a request for increased funding and the opportunity to be considered as a line item in the city's budget. At that time, Council of the Day approved an increase to their budget amount to $85,000, but did not approve them being a line item, requested that the symphony stay a part of the operating funds. So it does give, well, it's not the perception, it's the reality of it is that it does take a fairly large chunk of the funding off of the operating grants right from the start. However, that is based on a council direction from 2 years ago to give the symphony the $85,000 through this program.
I wonder, do people, there are a few, at least one of the councils here that I can recall that have come under the invitation of the Nanaimo African Heritage to see what the society actually provides. And there's a couple of the councillors that have appeared. I think that one of the ideas that I have is that perhaps if you look at people as a separatist that you don't understand, maybe coming out and checking out what the hard work goes into for 15 years is and how you can relate to it. If you have a committee that doesn't relate to the project, perhaps they pass it over, because and the other thing is that you have the committee of 3 different. You have the operating grant, you have the cultural grant, and then you have the awards grant. Is the committee are they the same committee that views that?
Through your worship, the 2 funding programs that we have are the events and festivals funding and the operating funding, and yes, it is the same. The awards is not a grant. The awards are exactly that, a culture award, and it is actually comprised of a different set of people.
They're a different set of people. I'm just saying if they're looking at the awards grants and they're giving awards to who they think is deserving of the awards, perhaps those would be the people that you think that would get the large amounts of money. I still haven't heard the reason why you've turned the Nanaimo African Heritage down for the money that we asked for when we asked for such a small amount.
So, Your Worship, just to clarify for the delegation, nothing's been turned down yet. Council has to adjudicate the recommendation of the committee, and it's up to Council to decide whether the recommendation from the committee will be upheld or whether it will be reduced or whether it would be increased.
Well, I'm asking the council at this time to consider increasing the budget.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Fuller, for the delegation?
Not so much for the delegation, but about both reports.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So go ahead. Is your question to staff? Thank you.
Well, it's kind of just a question. I don't even know who could answer this unless the committee that authorized the grants were here. But you look at these, and I'll just stick to the one that's in front of us right now, the cultural operating grants. And right off the bat, you notice that the African Heritage Society, the Blues Festival, and Mid-Island Métis Nations seem to have received proportionately less than what they asked for than any of the other groups that have applied. And I can't figure it out. I look at the criteria, the evaluation guidelines, and it just baffles me. I mean, because these are so out of line with the rest of them. It just baffles me. So I don't know how we rectify that.
Your Worship, one of the ways you rectify it, there's a few options. One is you could send it back and we could have the committee, we could provide further explanation. The other is that council could increase the amount right now to what you believe is a better number meeting your needs. And I guess the third is we can explain as best we can how it did or didn't meet the grants. Maybe Councillor Brennan?
Thank you. Well, I know that the staff can tell you about the application process and how many years' experience the applicants have had, and that forms part of the decision making. So I'd like to ask Ms. Samborski about the experience that you've had with.
Yes, Your Worship. I'll turn it over to Ms. Samborski. One of the things to keep in mind, the committee, we weren't there, of course, none of us were there, but you do have to have some faith that they reviewed these with detail and based on the criteria and received, just like the grants and aid with any applications, and this is their recommendation based on how they viewed the distribution of the funds. So I can't say anything more than that.
Through your worship, I'll maybe get started, and then if, Chris, you have anything to add, that would be great. So with the Blues Festival, really it's been a group in transition over the last couple of years, and so with the amount of funding that is available, the committee felt that to award that much in an operating fund where they're really just focused on getting the festival going, that's why the decision was made to give less money for operating. Operating tends to suggest that either working towards or trying to increase an ongoing annual program. I mean, sometimes it takes the start of it, and then on the other side of it, it's really the event that is the focus of the Blues Festival Society. I'm just going to pull this in front of me to make sure I don't miss it. For the Mid-Island Métis Nation, this was the first time that the group has actually applied for an operating grant. Unfortunately, or typically what happens when groups apply for the first time, there hasn't been any funding distribution made to that group, so it requires taking some funding from other people that are already receiving grants, potentially, and redistributing it for new groups. And as well in the application, what really came through to the committee was that as part of the application, the group indicated that they really weren't looking to so much as for the funding from the city as being in a relationship with the city, and we're using that relationship to leverage that to have a broader audience and for us to work closer together working in future. So I think that the committee really found that to be more of importance, was to ensure that they showed commitment to the group and that they participated to a level that they could participate, and knowing that that is a relationship then that can grow in time.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple questions and a comment is, my first comment would be, I'm not comfortable at all with any groups as such. I value many of the work, etc., but being a line item, I heard someone say one of these groups is a line item.
No.
Or it wasn't a line item, but earmarked there so they take a good chunk of the change. So I don't think it should be automatic. So my second point is I don't think any group should be automatically, as you're saying, I can't remember, sorry, Ms. Samborski? Sorry, I lost my mind. So I don't think it should be year in, year out automatic rubber stamp. People should have to go through a process each year and evaluated and not make it automatic. So other groups such as can be part of the process down the road. Some suggestions and a final comment would be, by the looks of the applicants, and one, maybe we should change the categories. One should be maybe a multiculturalism grant, and then an arts and performance grant, or call it whatever. Because it seemed like the ones that were sort of lower or not really accepted in here were the ones sort of around multiculturalism. It is quite glaring, and I'm a little bit disturbed as well with the glaringness of some of the minority type groups that were left off. And my final comment would be is, just down the road, I'm looking forward to a conversation with our council and worship and council about Empire Day celebration, because I'm having a hard time supporting anything with the word Empire Days around it. And so I'm going to be crystal clear on that. So we really got to have a real conversation because we are in 2015. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Brennan.
No.
No. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, and this is nothing against you, Suzanne, but you mentioned maybe they applied for the first time. It's taking away from other groups that have gotten these in the past. Those are not in the evaluation guidelines. It doesn't say you have to have applied 5, 6, 8 times, and it doesn't say that the more often you get it, the more likely you are to get it. Those are not in the evaluation guidelines. And like I say, I mean, you guys do a great job, but there's something wrong with this. It's just something wrong with it. It does not feel good.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things. First, some suggestions or comments, like actually we brought up splitting these groups into like a society group and then another one into maybe a music group. I don't know if all possible to do that. The other thing is, like everybody and Gord said, is having something that's based on age and how long they've been doing this. I can't support something that we constantly need to give them year after year after year after year. I believe, doing heritage and these grants are amazing. These people deserve everything they get, but the new people that are starting out, they're the ones that need the most help, not the least amount of help. If we can use this money to seed more organizations, more arts, we're going to get a lot more. But an organization that's been around for a decade and so, if they can't do it on their own after a decade and they keep depending on us, like how are we ever going to get new organizations and new events in our great city because we don't have the money to give to them? I would love to give everybody all of this money that they fully requested. But in reality is we have a lot of things that are going to be coming up, and we're going to have to be really budget conscious about some of these decisions. So, I'm a strong supporter of the arts, but I just don't like having this and trying to approve this before we actually even get to a budget meeting. I would actually like to see us do a budget presentation like I'm hoping we can do next year earlier, and then we can say, you know what, this is the money that we have to work with, and let's see what we can do and what we can play with. But for us to decide these, like you said, maybe we can just give an extra $1,000 or $2,000 here, but I can't consciously do that until I get a budget in my hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Just a few comments and a question. It appears as though that over 5 years, one organization has received a considerable amount of the total available monies. And it's not a secret, and it's not a criticism, but so the Bank of Island Symphony receives $85,000 So the other 23 applicants are fighting for the 150 or 140. So approximately 60% of the available funds is being provided to one organization. $85,000 of 240 or 231 is, I don't have a calculator, but I think it's a reasonable amount. And then 41%. And so two organizations receive $128,000 total, and then $175,000 of the 234 is split up by 5 organizations. So it really leaves very little left for the other 19 or 20 applicants, in which, and giving away money should be really easy and fun. And it's really now complicated and hard. So when I see Theatre One, a great organization, they all are. This is not a. So they went up $14,000, and the delegation that just came, they actually went down $1,300 to $600. So they received in 2014 $1,900. This year they received $600, because I see people shaking their heads no. So they went down $1,300 from the previous year. And Theatre One went from 28 to 42. So somewhere in the 28 to 42, and I assume that how they arrived at going up by approximately 45% is because of the final submission that all applications that receive money must submit by October 31st of the year that they receive the money.
These grants were applied for, correct?
So if I applied for money in 2014 on October the 31st, if I received any monies, I have to fill out a 10-page final report on my operations, successes, and events, and volunteers, and all of that stuff, correct? So I'm trusting that when somebody asks the question, well, how do you adjudicate how much more or less or any that they're going to receive? Much of that is based on the information that you receive in that report on October the 31st, which must validate that that organization deserves more money, the same amount or less, based on they had 1,000 people show up at $12 a head, that's 12 grand, they got money from other organizations. So I'm assuming the Francophones get money from the feds, the province, privates, all over the place. And some of them may or may not get money from all over the place, which I assume would also factor into our decision making. So my concern is that 5 groups out of the $231,826 that we received $175,000. The other 19 shared the $54,000. And somewhere in there seems to be potentially an imbalance, or as some might suggest, an injustice, or whatever. I'm not sure. How to fix it, I'm not sure. It looks like the more you ask for, the better chance you've got to get a little bit more. I'm sure that's not something that would be considered, but it appears to have some of those lines. It's $250,000. 10 years, that's $2.5 million. $2.5 million when all of these groups, I'm sure, are very anxious for us to spend another $4 million on the Performing Arts Center addition to the Port Theatre. So we have to be very certain, I think, that we're supporting the aspiring groups, the up-and-coming groups, and those that continue to receive just shy of $100,000 need to start thinking about that number not always just being a given, because I don't think that that number should just be a given. It appears to me that it is.
Councillor Pratt.
I wonder if you could explain the funding. that 231? Where does that come from? Where is it budgeted from?
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. And this really gets to Councillor Hong's question about the budget and how do we adjudicate this before it gets to this point. And Council last year, this is policy directed to staff, that Council approved an increase in the annual cultural operating grant funding from $2.30 to $3 per capita over a 3-year period commencing in 2015. And secondly, that they approve an increase to the arts and cultural event funding by 10% annually for 5 years beginning in 2015. So that's where the funding by policy comes from. And albeit it's very difficult when you have more ask than there is for money, the difficult task of the committee to sort through and make recommendations based on the amount of money that Council by policy has directed be available.
Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think for me, it makes sense to not look at these as grants, and I think that's a misnomer. I really see this as investment, and I think that the award that that was received for the work on the symphony shows that it is in fact an investment, and there is payback to the city when you invest like this. For me, $2.5 million over 10 years for an investment in something that kicks back a lot of money to this town is a wise investment. And we may even want to consider investing more funds in there, because the cultural the financial payback we get is significant. In terms of new applications being disadvantaged because they're new and the way that we look at it, I would suggest that a new application, when we look at it, doesn't have the background, doesn't have the historical background for us or for the committee to make a strong determination of how effective this is going to be. So what you want to do, I think, is look at the first-time applications, encourage it, then later in that year you will get the report back from that organization, and you'll see how effective the city's money was. And if it was effective enough to get leverage more money from other foundations and private donations and other levels of government, then that's a signal to say, okay, next year we're really going to look at this, and probably we're going to want to encourage more, and we'll make a higher award to that group. But to simply do it without that financial background for you to look at and see how successful, how effective this was, I think does a disservice to the city, because we're making an investment without a lot of background knowledge. So it makes sense to me to do that. And I understand that these were first time, not the African Heritage Society wasn't the first time, but the Mid-Island Métis Nation was, and it was hoped that the $2,000 investment would encourage them to apply next year and show the effectiveness of that grant. So that's all I'm going to say about the operating grants. I think it's important, but it looks like Ms. Zamborski has got an additional piece of information for me.
Go ahead.
Actually, maybe just a few things that might answer some of the questions that some of the councillors have had. So the grant program, or the funding program, is currently under review. As part of the cultural strategy, there was a recommendation to do the grant review process, and so that's actually coming back to we have sessions set up this Wednesday with anyone who's interested in the community and people who apply for grants to talk about the proposed changes to the programs. The biggest change, there's actually in two areas. One is in the criteria, and actually making it a much more weighted assessment criteria, which, as the grant was new and it evolved over time, that wasn't necessarily how it went. It's not as very clear, when groups actually apply to Canada Council or BC Arts Council, it's very clear what the weighting is, or, I'm sure Councillor Yocum's familiar with those types of process, where you know exactly where to put your energies when you're filling out the application. And so that's exactly where this will be. It'll be a lot clearer for the people applying for grants, and it becomes a lot clearer for the people that have to adjudicate those grants. The second thing that's being proposed is that the funding program names and purposes do change, where the operating grant still remains, and the other grant is called a projects grant. And the projects grant could be for festivals and events, but it also could be for projects. Some of the applications didn't actually reflect an event. They are more project type. And how that dovetails in is in looking at the tourism funding that Tourism Nanaimo has, and how that will deal with events and festivals. It makes it a lot cleaner potentially moving forward, for groups moving forward, that if it's events funding, it would be Tourism Nanaimo that people would apply for. If it's projects funding, so whether it's collaboration or building capacity or working together, it would come through the City Projects Fund, and then if it's operating, it comes through the operating fund. Just an observation or an explanation around the large dollar amounts that go to 3 of the groups on that. The current criteria and the proposed criteria does outline that first, or the importance of professional arts in the community, and those 3 groups are the 3 professional arts groups in the community, so to speak, where they pay industry rates to, whether it's the symphony paying for the musicians, or the people who act at Theatre One, they're actors and they're union actors, and they get paid those rates. So historically that has been, and that's in the grant application form. And then just as an example of, and not to pick on Vancouver Island Symphony, but I know that they've done some good work around their own economic impact studies a few years ago that, I'm sure they'd be happy to share, is that while $85,000, appreciating it is a large portion of that budget, as Councillor Bestwick outlined, it represents 10.5% of their overall budget, so they're able to leverage that into 90% more of that budget. But and that's really how their grants are based as well when they're applying to other funding. It's to use that to leverage it. Theatre One's increase still makes that our contribution would be 10.7% of their overall budget as well. And so when the committee went through it, the request that came forward was to try to get them back to where their funding used to be. A number of years ago, Theatre One had some internal issues, and it resulted them in reducing their show and their program, reducing quite a bit, but just to keep intact as far as a professional theatre. And I'm sorry for the synopsis, and I'm probably missing more of the history than I could because it predates me. But the fact is that as they've been building and moving forward with their operation, they're now able to, their budget has grown and their operation has grown, and so they have asked for more to help do that and to help take them to where they'd like to be moving towards where they are. And they also know that they have to increase their funding requests through other sources. So hopefully that just might explain just a little bit of that. So we are hoping to come to council probably March, April with the recommended or proposed changes to the grants. That the review will be going through the commission. If not, early February, it'll be the first meeting in March.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Worship. Just a couple of questions would be, have these groups been notified of these numbers or not yet?
Through your worship. So we did let the groups know. We sent an email out to the groups letting them know that they would be coming to council, and we attached a link to the report. But obviously nothing's final till it comes to council. Okay. So groups are aware. So
that really makes it hard to send it back to council to really think about, refer back to staff if they were being notified. Secondly, does NEDC, which is funded through us, the city, taxpayers, do they support any of these initiatives?
Through your worship. Actually, Councillor Bestwick, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, had made a motion for about double dipping. So the groups that would apply through NEDC wouldn't be eligible then to apply for grants through us unless it was potentially a very specific project that was outside of this. So a couple of years ago, Blues Fest applied to Tourism Nanaimo to do a feasibility study of their event, which is so far outside the grants that we would typically do that it wasn't the same as them applying for money to do the same event, so to speak.
Okay, so just to conclude, I want to be crystal clear. I totally support the arts. I think it's great. I just wish it was a little more balanced is what I'm saying, in the future, and hopefully something can be done with balance this out. And hopefully staff's about the Empire Day celebration. Hopefully you guys, not hopefully, take a real serious look at that. What is staff's recommendation like on Empire Day celebration? I guess that's not fair right now. Sorry, I'll retract that. And finally, I just want to say caution when we hear professional this and professional that, because then one day we're going to have someone from the Timbermen come in and say we want some NL players here in the summer, because they're professionals, and So I wanted to where would we go with that, since we're setting a benchmark of professionalism? Just wanted to share that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. First of all, thanks to the work of the Cultural Committee and the subcommittee. I mean, what a thankless job trying to satisfy people, doling out money. People, unfortunately, are always going to be disappointed in some cases, and in some cases think decisions are unfair. Looking at these in terms of an operating grant, I can understand where larger, more established organizations would require more money to operate. Not to say that they should expect it every year, but I can understand that they would need more money to operate than a smaller, newer organization. So I think I get that. Based on what I have heard from Ms. Zamborski regarding future examination of criteria and this whole process, and based on what I heard from an answer to Councillor Bestwick's earlier question, it sounds to me like there was quite a strict criteria that was looked at and examined, and on the basis of that, I am prepared to accept these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just want us to be careful that the longer you're around, the bigger, better, more successful you become, and the more you charge and the more you bring in, that it's not incumbent or the onus isn't on the city to finance you being bigger, better, more successful. I don't think that was probably what the original intent of the cultural operating grants, where it started. So the bigger, better, more successful, to me, I hope that we're not enabling organizations to get bigger, better on necessarily on our backs, but actually they can relieve some of the benefits that they've received from the city over the years, and somebody else can take advantage of some of the monies that they don't necessarily require anymore, and because they started somewhere too. And when I hear the theory that, when you first begin and you first start, which obviously wasn't the case with the African Heritage Society, but the WordStorm Society, in 2014, their first ask for $6,000 received $4,000. Second ask was in 2015 for $14,700, and they received $4,700. So an organization that's got 1 year in the books, on their first ask, received 4, or 66.6% of their original ask of 6. And then they received 33% of their ask at $4,700 on a $14,700, which is $9,000 more than the first ask the previous year. Not saying that the WordStorm Society isn't a great society and they aren't as deserving as anybody else, but when we speak to theories of how when you're just a startup and you're just getting started, and you can expect until we understand exactly who you are, what you do, what your benefits are, then I would question that theory on line item 24. As it relates to other line items that the cultural operating grants that I have over the last 5 years, matrix in front of me. So it's probably not something we're going to change tonight. I look forward to sitting in on the cultural grant process on Wednesday and seeing where we can go. There's no more monies available, correct? This is it. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
No, I think I'll I'm ready to vote, so there's nothing else to say.
Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. I have concerns with the committee mandate, and I'm glad to see we're looking at it. The makeup of the committee, like any of our committees, it's hard to have a cross-section of the community because only certain people apply for the committees. I guess I have a problem with this sometimes when I hear a professional organization versus an amateur organization, and whether it's seed funding or it becomes a line item, whether it helps with the competition within the arts and culture group or if it starts to water it down. A lot of groups start because they didn't like the last dance teacher, so they go form their own dance club. Or things like that happen. I know we don't spend anywhere near this on our sports team. We don't have sports team grants. We have some grants for that, but we don't spend anything near like this. And we don't have some of our top lacrosse teams or hockey teams coming to us year after year for 80 grand. And I know it's a tough one. One time when I was on the Port Theatre stage and we used the symphony, for example, it cost Kirkwood Academy $30,000 to have the symphony play for 4 events. So it's a professional organization that charges good money to do their events. And I'm sure a lot of these groups also get benefits as nonprofit organizations. They get reduced rates as a nonprofit when they rent our facilities, do they not? Like the Port Theatre will get a nonprofit rate and some of that too. So it seems like we're constantly spending, and then you see the next set of grants has some of the same people in them, but they're just a festival grant. I have a concern with how much we're spending, and it doesn't seem, like I say, $2 million over 10 years doesn't seem like much, but it's a facility. It's a $2 million facility, or it can be expanded. So these grants for a long time, I sat on the committee years ago and went over them. It's a tough job to go through all of the financial papers and that. But I do seemingly see some discretionary things that I'm concerned with. When I look back in the topical one tonight, African Heritage Society, they asked for a lot more the year before and got less, but it seems like they've got way less this year than other groups that applied last year and asked. Them and the Jazz, the Blues Festival Society and the Métis organization. And I just don't know why. I don't seem to have a real logical reason. And it is very subjective. As much as it's written down, this is very subjective of how these are picked. It's really people sitting there saying, well, I like that group, or let's vote this one. And it's just a tough process all the way around. It'd be nice to just give a pot of money and let them fight over it, but that's not easy too. Thank you. I have trouble supporting.
Councillor Pratt.
I'd just like to say that I support what Councillor Brennan said about the investment and what the return is on that. And I do know that there was a report done, was it this last year or the year before, on the arts and culture sector and the economic drivers that were within that group and what they contributed back to the community. So I, like Councillor Brennan, do believe that over 10 years, $2 million, whatever it is a good investment because we do get a tremendous amount back from that. And it isn't $2 million, it's far above that, according to that report, at least. And I'm assuming that report is an accurate report. So I'd just like to add that and add to what Councillor Brennan said. I do think that giving these grants to the these arts groups, these cultural groups, is well worth the investment. Whether or not we could be a little better about how that's distributed, I'm not on that committee, so for me to point a finger and say you're not doing it properly, I don't know why they made the decisions that they made, but I'm confident, given the process, that there were reasons for that, and good reasons. So, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, or one question. This is there a debriefing process where any group who feels that they wish to find out why they didn't achieve what they were hoping to achieve through this process could is there an avenue for them to go and inquire as to how they could improve or have a better chance of success the following year?
Here, Your Worship, absolutely. There's an opportunity to sit down with, whether it's, I know Councillor Brennan's been a part of those meetings where, or prior to that, Councillor Padgey, who had been on the evaluation committee, can meet and just talk about what any concerns were, how to make it different or better. And actually, staff does work with groups as far as if there's assistance or that we can do as far as helping prepare grants, as far as, you know, if they ask questions or any guidance that we can give, happy to spend the time doing it, and have spent some considerable time actually with the African Heritage Society, for example, over the years as well.
Thank you. The other question was, this week we've got the cultural grant reviews. There's the two afternoon session and evening session. And would these groups be best advised to get heavily involved in those conversations?
So absolutely. We actually sent out specific invitations to any group that has applied for funding over the last number of years, not just trusting that, you know, it was in the paper and the newsletter, but to send those out. And hopefully that does capture most of the groups. Unfortunately, because based on some of the volunteer nature, if leadership or, you know, presidency changes or representation changes, but hopefully between that, the newsletter, and then just asking people to please pass it on to any group that they might know of or aware of. And so we've really asked as many people as we can to come out.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hearing the conversation and where I am on this is on line 11, not to be repetitive, I'm just having a really difficult time if someone can help educate me on culture is beautiful, culture is art, music, dance, multiculturalism, etc. And I'm just having a really difficult time here, including Empire Days with this category of all this beauty. So if there is going to be a motion, would it be to proceed? Would it be a way for item 11 to be tabled so our committee here can have that conversation on possibly name change or conversation, etc.? Because I'm having a really difficult time of including that involved with culture. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Okay, Councillor Yoakum didn't get a response, but we can take, you can make a motion to take out line item 12. And so we can, it's 12, is it? Empire Days. 11 on mine says design nerds. Okay, sorry. So, it's 11 on the, okay. So you can ask for that one to be removed and dealt with separately? You can ask that question, you can request that. $3, this is a head tax, it's $3 a head.
Currently, it's $2.55 with the increase this year, and the motion that had been made last year was that it moved to $3 a head over 3 years. So that means in 17 it would be $3 per capita.
Oh my Lord! Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out a way that if, and just maybe just a suggestion that if we held back a few percent for situations like this, so that if we had a situation where somebody feels that they've been, and they can make a good case, and if there was $1,000 or a couple of $1,000 left at the end, we might be able to have the ability to adjudicate. So when we get to Wednesday, again, I look forward to participating in those discussions.
I just wanted to say, Councillor Yoakum, you did not get an answer to your question, and yes, you can make a motion, put a motion forward at any time. Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Can you have we moved this? Has this been moved and seconded?
No.
Okay. I would move that we approve the 2015 Cultural Operating Grant recommendations in the amounts as follows, with the exception of Empire Day Celebration Society. So with the exception of that. So we're moving all of these with the exception of the Empire Days Celebration Society in the amount of $3,000. That would give us if I got a seconder, that would give us an opportunity to either have a discussion about that or send it back to the committee for adjudication. But I'm mindful of Councillor, oh God, now I've even forgotten your name. Yoakum. Hello, Bill. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. So,
Second that? Second that? Any discussion on the motion?
I just, is that in both line items, or it just, because there's two of them? No, it's under festivals and events as well.
that's the next one, though.
Oh, I see, we're only,
So I'm
oh
only-
my goodness. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
thank you.
Dealing with this particular report, yeah.
So, we have a seconder? Yes?
Bill said.
Discussion, Councillor Pratt, you're finished. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would support that, Councillor Brennan, and I know that at your committee meeting that you expressed the same sentiment there. So
I
would
did
support
express
that.
to the committee that this would be a difficult line item for council, given our earnest attempts to build a strong relationship with the Nanaimo people.
I appreciate that. If I may, though, a follow-up question: if we vote in favor of this motion, then where does that leave the Empire Days Society? What's the next step for them?
Can any one of our staff members answer that question?
So
It would-
if that motion would pass, then the Empire Days wouldn't receive that funding. And if there was, then if council has a different discussion at some point, then.
It would be my expectation that that would be withdrawn from this list, and that a discussion would then be held with the Empire Day Society, advising them that the name Empire Days poses some problems for us in our relationships, and if it were me, I would be asking them to reconsider their name, and that seems a reasonable thing to do, because in this day and age, we just don't entertain empires.
I understand that. I'm just, in fairness to them, would they have an opportunity to reconsider their position and come back to your
That would be
committee?
my expectation, that we would have a conversation with them about that
So
money,
if I-
because it would still be there in the budget.
Thank you.
So if I've got this correct, I wonder if you can read back the motion, because I don't think it goes anywhere near that. To be in fairness to the organization.
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion is that Council approve the 2015 Cultural Operating Grant recommendations, with the exception of the Empire Days Celebration Society in the amount of $3,000. So that part would be removed and the remainder would stand.
And so, if this were to pass, there would still be $3,000 left in that budget to have discussions with the Empire Day Society around the grant.
So if I'm getting this correct, then the intent of the motion is to have that $3,000 held in reserve, dedicated to the Empire Days Society, or to this society, and it would be provided to them subject to them changing the name of their organization.
Subject to discussions around that, yes.
Discussions around it, or ultimately changing their name?
Well, let's see what comes out of
Your
discussions.
Worship, I would suggest that they would propose a name, we would bring it back to council and make sure you're okay with the name.
Okay. So just, if we can read the motion back again.
The Council approved the 2015 Cultural Operating Grant recommendations, with the exception of the Empire Days Celebration Society in the amount of $3,000. So the motion itself doesn't go into those details, but it does remove it, and it is not allocated elsewhere.
Okay, council's fine with that. Councilor Bestwick.
Well, my understanding then would be that if it's removed, then it's conditional. The reason it's being removed isn't because of anything that came through in their application. It's relative to the name of the organization or the event, and therefore the $3,000 that they've been awarded would be conditional upon them removing the Empire Day celebration from what they do. That's the way that's how I would read into it. I can't think of any other reason why we're doing this, removing it. So clearly that must be the reason.
So, Mr. Swaby, is staff clear about the instructions that they're being given with respect to this particular line item?
Your Worship, I believe that you would like this pulled out of the decision to fund, and that we contact the Empire Society representative and ask them, or let them know that there was a concern and that they need to change their name in order to receive the funds, and I would report back to council with the change in name to be sure that you're okay.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. So, seeing no other speakers, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing Councillor Fuller and Councillor Kipp opposed. Balance of council in favor. Motion passes. Next item. 2015 Arts and Cultural Festivals and Events Grants Recommendation. Councillor Brennan.
Well, it's pretty much the same as before, but I did just want to add on that we recognized an award tonight that was given to Margot Holmes for the excellent work that the symphony has done. One of the things that she mentioned was, one, that she had mentioned Nanaimo and highlighted us, and thank you very much for that. But she also said that when they first began, they had 2 corporate sponsors. And I think she said now there's 150. So that's really important information for us to have, is just how our support helps things grow. And with regard to Councillor Pratt's comments about the study, it was Nanaimo Economic Development Corporation contracted with an independent firm, and it was Rosalind Coonan and Associates, and Rosalind Coonan has been around for a very long time and has a very good reputation. And her firm estimated that the economic value contributed by this sector is $94 million to Nanaimo and region, and that's the equivalent to 880 jobs and $7 million in tax revenue returns to different levels of government. So, I mean, that really captures the value of this, the economic value of this. But I would argue that there's more than just economic value, and that's what I think we need to recognize and celebrate, is that, as our poet laureate said, I'm quoting everybody who was up earlier today, but what did she say? She said, if artists starve, we all go hungry. And that's true. It just makes for a very vibrant city, makes for a place where people want to come. And if we want people to come here and enjoy life here, then we need to invest in arts and culture. And this, the festivals and events is a huge part of that, and something that we rely on for our economic development. So I don't know if you want to add anything. I can move that we approve the 2015 Arts and Cultural Festivals and Events Grant recommendations.
Prior to that, we do have a delegation.
Oh, then I'll hold that in abeyance.
Please, thank you. Ms. Gant.
You know, I've heard a lot of conversation here about professional. You never know. We never know who's been around and where we've been. I'm originally from New York. I don't mind saying that. I'm a Canadian now, and I'm proud of that. I've danced in the Dance School of Harlem. I've been in some of the best shows that anybody can ever see in this community. And as far as bringing people internationally That's what the Nanaimo African Heritage Society does each year. We bring a lot of folks from other places that have been internationally known. I put myself on the same level as any highbrow people that you have discussed tonight. And because you don't come out to be a part of that, because perhaps it's a different culture and you feel, but everybody's invited. And a lot of people. We don't have Fred Patchy here this year, and he attended every event we always done. Susan Sambrowski, we had a conversation. You sought me down, and I asked you, what is it that the Nanaimo African Heritage Society has to do?
I caution you, Ms. Gant.
Excuse me?
I caution you about potentially personally attacking someone.
All right. It's not an attack, but she made it a comment that she said it's not an attack. She said that we had that she invites the organization to come in and have a conversation about how we can further our application. I had that conversation with her. I wanted to know, is it the economic value that we have to put forward? What is it that we have to do to improve our application? And from my looking at our application, we improved that application with those questions that we asked. So this is not an attack on anybody personal. I'm just seeing that there's something wrong. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Your Worship and councillors, I'm here to support Shalima and the African Heritage Society. I don't think a lot of you understand that Black History is an international event, and there are many volunteers as part of the Nanaimo African Heritage Society who support that event. I'm one of those people. I just see that the big organizations make the small nonprofits are at the mercy of those few shekels that are left over. And I really implore you, the Black pioneers have contributed a lot to our society here. Many of you people don't understand because you haven't attended the events. I last year was my first introduction to the Black African community here. I was so impressed when I found out about the history, who built this province, who really developed our communities here. So I really want to support their cause and enjoy the history that is really a lot of big piece of our Nanaimo history is missing if you don't support this event. And I really encourage you to attend the events and support their grants.
And may I just add one more thing? This program book is a book that we publish each Black History Month. The city always purchases advertisement in it, and we have other community people that support. We have a big support in Nanaimo. Our public, the people in Nanaimo supports the Nanaimo African Heritage Society. I'm yet to understand, the question was raised, why we got so much little funding than anyone else this year. I have not heard one answer that answered that question tonight. I've heard all kinds of things about all other societies and what society we don't like, but I ask for the Nanaimo African Heritage Society, can we please have a little bit more, and for attending processes of how to apply for more funding, is it really worth it if that's what we end up with at the end of the day? So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for letting me be here to speak my opinion on this. Thank you.
Questions for the delegation? No. Councillor Pratt, question for the delegation?
I'm sorry, I've forgotten the question at this point.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gant.
Are you
Remember,
going to pull
sorry.
that out? You pull that out this
The
time.
motion that
I move that, please.
Councillor Brennan made, I'm assuming she wants to include the Empire piece in there as well?
She hasn't made a motion as of
Just,
yet.
she made a motion right before the delegation.
With,
Tempted to.
yeah, tried. The council approved the 2015 Arts and Cultural Festivals and Event Grant recommendations in the total amount of $30,330 as follows, with the exception of Empire Day Society, in the amount of $2,250.
I'll second that.
Okay, second. Discussion. Councillor Pratt.
No.
Okay, Councillor Kipp.
Well, it's an interesting one for me, and I see the discrepancies. I've heard that, like say, I see a well-oiled machine in the symphony. 150 sponsors, I heard, or something. 85,000 a year for 5 or 6 years now. Another 5,000 on these grants. And that's the problem I have with what I determine professional or non-professional groups. They have a paid staff, I'm sure, that goes out and fundraises. They have 150 sponsors now. So that also takes a lot of sponsors away from other organizations. And you have a smaller organization, the Blues Group or something like that. I'm certain they don't have that well-oiled machine. And that's a problem with me with this ongoing line items that come up every few years, where the symphony is really, and like Councillor Bestwick said, I forget the statistical number he said, but it's, 120,000 goes to 2 organizations in that first grant, and then they're in here for 10 or so thousand. And I have a real concern with and it's hard to not give credit to someone that does a really good job, but that also them being so organized, and I'll say it from a socioeconomic point, the poorer schools in Nanaimo don't have the parents that can scrounge money. And so when people are really good at getting money and going at it and really getting it and paying themselves out of the professional symphony for every time I play an instrument I get $100 or whatever, they go after that with a vigor, where the smaller groups don't have that. They don't have that ability. They're not as organized. They're a newer group and that. So for me, the grants and the operational funding seems really skewed to me now. And so I can't even support this one now.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just a question and then a comment. How many actually groups applied for this festivals and cultural event grants? Because there's 19 that we're approving, but actually how many applied?
So on festivals and events grants, it was 27 that applied.
Okay. So just basis on what you said, the purpose is, for initiating new or expanding existing. I think that this category is great for the new events that potentially, want to do events in our city. And we talked about, double dipping between the NEDC and to the city ourselves. This seems like between the actual events here and their funding, it seems like it's double dipping to me. And I can't support that when we're giving them money in one category and then we're giving them money again. It just doesn't seem to be fair for the people that are applying specifically for this one category. So I think we need to relook at these categories and either combining them or find some other form where we have a rule where they can't double dip and they have a choice of either going through one or the other. So on that fact, I won't be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to disagree with Councillor Hong. I don't have a problem with the fact that these grants are for specific events, and I find the amounts are much more evenly distributed. And if we're talking specifically about the symphony, I look at the 2 events that they are asking funding for: Symphony by the Sea, which is a huge event, which hundreds, thousands of people in our community enjoy, and the Symphony Community Days, which, if I am correct, is providing free concerts for school kids. And I see those as extremely worthwhile projects that the Symphony puts on. So I don't have a problem supporting these recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. We're beating this up pretty good. We talked about a couple of million over 10, and really when you start adding everything up, it's closer to 3, but I guess who's counting? At the end of the day, if the cultural grant application process that's going to be reviewed on Wednesday will allow us to have greater conversation about this these two grants, or just the way in which organizations apply for them and receive the money? Because if we've already approved increasing to $3 up to and including 2017, then really the cultural review on Wednesday is about the process for the applicants.
Through your worship, it's both of those things. So it's about the funding programs themselves. Actually, it answers Councillor Hong's concern as well, where it becomes a projects grant. And one of the recommended criteria is from, so the consultant that we've been working with, Melinda Molyneux, was an adjudicator and a staff member of Canada Council for many, many years. That's what she does, is national grants. And so one of the recommendations coming out of that is that project grants, if I get an operating grant, I'm not eligible for a project grant unless it's because I'm doing a collaborative project with additional different groups in town as a way to build capacity. So it has to have some further value to the community than just that group getting an additional grant, with the idea that if it's a round of festivals and event and it's having that economic impact, driving overnight stays, then it more likely belongs with Tourism Nanaimo moving forward. And I believe that Tourism Nanaimo is actually going to be meeting with Melinda while she's here to have them work with her on their grant. So hopefully then there can be some alignment of language between all the different programs moving forward. And sorry, the other question, Councillor Bestwick, my apologies. So it'll talk about the new grant programs and the criteria, which really then, and the process at this point in time would remain the same, that it would go through to whatever body that is that council ends up having that function falls under with recommendations. But the criteria will be very much, I think, it'll be clear for everyone, and it'll be very quantifiable as well.
Thank you for your response, Ms. Samborski. The only reason why I supported the last one, the only reason I will support this one is because we would be penalizing organizations that made application for monies in the first one that didn't get it, and now there are events that they might not be able to produce if we're not in a position to support them. This is one of the reasons why I'd like to do our 2016 budget by the end of 2015, so that we don't find ourselves in these situations. We can do this in 2015 for 16. And further, this is just one of those gifts. This is one. We have permissive tax exemptions that are in the millions. I'm not suggesting that they shouldn't be. We have grants in the hundreds of thousands, and I'm hopeful that through the impending core services review, that all of these areas will be reviewed in the core services review with whatever recommendations come forward. So for that reason only will I be supporting whichever number it is for Empire Day.
Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, unfortunately, about the only thing I support in this motion is the Empire Day Society recommendation. It's been a long time coming, that one, but I'm not going to support the motion in general because I still can't fathom how the rationale for this. I just can't. And so I'm not going to support the motion, but I do love the idea of the Empire Day thing.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I call the question. The recommendation is on page 92, and there has been an amendment made to it, as noted. So, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillors Hong and Fuller opposed, and Councillor Kipp. Motion carries. Property Maintenance Bylaw, 1990, 3704. Number 3704.
Your Worship,
yes.
We're going to have a quick staff explanation of the process for these as well.
Yep. It's to be introduced by Mr. Toby Seward, Director of Social and Protective Services.
Your Worship, I'll be very quick, following up on Dale Lindsay's presentation. The difference between what he did and I'm doing now is Dale was talking about building inspection files. I'm talking about bylaw files. And it is different in the notice and title that Dale Lindsay talked about. This is based on complaints from community members, in most cases regarding bylaw violations. Types of issues are unsightlies, which is the most common you see before you, and often pictures are brought up, graffiti, removal orders, and grow-ups. Any of these files can lead to legal action, which our bylaw department deals with. When you see these before you, there are a culmination of action by the staff that haven't reached success, and in 80 or 90% of the cases we reach success and it doesn't have to come before council, but often you see them on council's agenda and then they get resolved at the last minute because the owners recognize it's going to go before council and they finally get to getting it resolved. Occasionally delegations ask for extensions, and in some cases council members have agreed to, or council has agreed to extensions. In general, staff recommends staying with the 14 days to resolve the situation. We would work with owners if they're going to actually bring these files to closure, but in some cases we need council to give that direction and to resolve this situation. So tonight we have 3 files in front of you for your consideration. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I note that one's been actually pulled from the agenda. So first one is staff recommendation on page 95. Is direct the owners of the following properties to remove the materials as listed below from the premises within 14 days of the work, or the work would be done by the city and its agents at the owner's costs. First one being 1505 Frew Road. Graffiti-covered trailers, bicycle parts, old construction material, ties, tools, derelict lawnmower, metal waste, display cabinet, garbage, and miscellaneous debris. Is there anyone in attendance that's wishing to speak with respect to the property maintenance for this property at 1505 Frew Road? Seeing none. Second one is 2246 Dodds Road. Discarded plastic pails, metal pails, wooden pallets, black plastic bags, construction waste, old wooden workbench, large metal container, and miscellaneous debris. Is there anyone present wishing to speak to this address? Seeing none, I call the question. Pardon me. I need a motion. I need a mover for the motion, please. Thank you, Councillor Yocum. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All right, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing no one opposed, motion carries. Item number 10, bylaws, none. Item number 11, correspondence, not related to the report on council, none. Council appointments. First item, Youth Advisory Council. At its in-camera Committee of the Whole meeting held the 2015 January 12, Council appointed the following individuals to the Nanaimo Youth Advisory Council. Mr. Tally Campbell as the new Youth Community at Large member, and Councillor Hong as Council's representative, and Councillor Pratt as the alternate. Next item. Item number 13. Congratulations to Mr. Campbell, and thank you for taking on that responsibility, Councillor.
Move it in public? No.
No. Councillor, next is a notice of motion. Councillor Bestwick.
We have a delegation, Mr. Chris Beaton, I believe, to discuss the issue. It's about the Urban Aboriginal Affordable Rental Facility.
I would invite Mr. Beaton to the podium. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. First, I just want to start by recognizing the traditional territory of this Nanaimo First Nation. upon whose territory we work, live, and play, and we give thanks for them welcoming us here. I'd also like to extend a belated Happy New Year to all the council members. I don't know how far into the month you can actually do that, but I'll take advantage of doing it now and wish you all the best for 2015. For those of you who don't know us, I'd like to introduce the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre. For those of you who do, I'd maybe give a bit of an update. I think in the motion we talk about a partnership, so I think it's important for me to introduce the organization. The Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre is a relatively new nonprofit organization opened in August 2013 with a very simple vision to realize, to support a Aboriginal high school student graduation rate of 100% in School District 68. We've made some gains, and I mean that in saying School District 68, the community, the city, and other partners have made some gains. We've gone up around 10% over the last 2 or 3 years, but there's still a long way to go. We believe that vision is possible based on success of other jurisdictions, other communities throughout British Columbia, throughout Canada, and certainly North America. And we believe that vision can be accomplished with some basic principles, and that is working in partnership with others, having research drive of the work that we do and not just kind of gut instinct, evaluating what we're doing on a regular basis so that we can demonstrate success to our community and ensure that we're affecting good change. And when we look to the research around education, every piece of research around the world tells us that we should be focusing on the early years. It is in those early years, prenatal, birth, up to kindergarten, where we can do the best work possible. In fact, economists have now studied this social policy, and in terms of return on investment, there is no greater return on investment than early years programming, quality early years programming. So, as I said, we started in August 2013. We were about 1.5 years old, and because of our partnerships and our collaborative approach, we've had some great early successes. In September of last year, we opened the first urban Aboriginal public school on Vancouver Island, a kindergarten to grade 3 program with Aboriginal culture infused throughout the curriculum. It's the first time in Canada that an elementary school has been located inside a Boys and Girls Club. In addition, just recently we brought an Aboriginal hippie program. Hippie always brings a smile to people's faces, but it stands for Home Instruction for Parents of Preschool Youngsters, an internationally recognized program, early literacy, in-home, that recognizes the parent as the first and best educator in a young person's life. We've developed and funded a new Aboriginal early years outreach worker, a position that isn't attached to a single program or an office or a desk, but actually their mandate is to go out and build relationships with Aboriginal families in our community that aren't accessing programs and services, and to connect those preschool-age children to the supports that they need. We're quite pleased that in May of last year, we brought the Native Soccer Tournament back to Nanaimo for the first time in over 25 years. 36 teams, over 500 athletes participating in 3 days of sport and culture. An incredibly proud moment for our young organization. And we co-hosted with the Mid-Island Métis Nation and the Boys and Girls Club a National Aboriginal Day celebration at Bowen Park. And we estimate 800 to 900 folks turned out to celebrate that day with us. And then just recently, we secured funding for new youth programming that we've just started in the last few weeks, a program that focuses on employment skills, life skills, and keeping young people in school. And in March of this year, so in about 10 weeks, in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, we'll start the city's first urban Aboriginal licensed childcare program. And then finally, we've talked a little bit about it, or I've heard the conversations a little bit about it this evening, is our organization has a focus on social enterprise, looking for ways to generate revenue for itself over the long term, so not always coming hat in hand to government or any other funding agencies for that matter, but being able to rely on itself. It's a little bit of an intro to the organization, a little longer than I wanted to. I'm watching the timer here. But let me speak to Bowen Road and the focus of this motion. I pass Bowen Road site regularly, and I see opportunity. I know that in 2008, that site was part of a memorandum of understanding signed with BC Housing for the development of 5 affordable housing projects in the city. I know that the city made considerable investment in that property, consolidating a couple of different or individual lots to create a single large lot, rezoned the lot, serviced the lot, and actually built an access lane for the lot as well. So a great deal of investment's gone into that particular property already. In 2011, City Council put a pause on the development of that particular site until other conditions could be met, namely the construction and operation of the other 4 projects in the city, which is almost near completion now. So I see an opportunity, but I also see a need, and that is that in the city of Nanaimo, our urban Aboriginal population represents about 5 to 6% of the general population. In School District 68, we represent about almost 14% of the school population. At Vancouver Island University, we represent about 12% of the student population at the university, the largest number of Aboriginal students in any post-secondary institution in the province of British Columbia. So hats off to Vancouver Island University for that accomplishment in itself. And we also know there are a lot of young Aboriginal children transitioning from in-care situations to independent living and requiring additional supports. So while we have successes, and we have about 120 Aboriginal students graduating high school in this district and a couple of hundred graduating from Vancouver Island University every year, we still have a great deal more to do. For every success that we probably have 2 or 3 students who are not successfully completing their education, even though they've made that commitment. The Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre sees the opportunity on Bowen Road to create an urban Aboriginal affordable housing facility to add additional supports to those students. For many of the university students, they're coming in from Ahousaht, from Bella Bella, from Kingcome, from Alert Bay, and when they get to a large urban centre, they feel lost, they feel disconnected from family, from culture, from community. We see an affordable housing facility as a way to, number one, address the housing needs of these young people and their families, but also a way of building a sense of community so that they're better supported when they've come to Nanaimo and then they can focus on their studies. I think the worst thing about an Aboriginal student dropping out of university right now and going back to their small communities is many of these young students have very young children. And those children's lives, those children's academic year is being disrupted as well by that transition back to their community. So the housing opportunity here is significant in providing that additional support. So just finally that we believe this facility can support the city's existing housing strategy to provide safe, affordable, culturally appropriate housing for off-reserve Aboriginal residents. We believe the project fulfills a key aspect of the broader social inclusion goals of the city of Nanaimo. And we believe the project can support a group that traditionally experiences difficulty in securing and maintaining housing within the city. So as city considers council considers the motion, I guess at its next meeting, we encourage you to support it. And with that, I'll say thank you and Heichka.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations and compliments for the initiative and the well thought out and researched approach that you have brought this to council. I know that you've spent considerable hours and days and weeks on the campus of Vancouver Island University. Mm-hmm. And through our conversations, I know that the Vancouver Island University campus cannot accommodate the needs of what you're seeking to support. So when this does come before council, I can assure you that once the feasibility study is, well, I'm hopeful that the feasibility study will be undertaken and that this council will support the initiative. And just once again, thank you very much for the thoroughness of your approach. Appreciate it.
Councillor Pratt.
Mr. Beaton, thank you very much. That was a very, very interesting presentation and well thought out. I'm quite impressed by your success in the last year and a half. You've obviously worked very hard, and there's going to be a lot of people benefiting from that. So I'm interested to see where this goes. I'd just like you to be a little more specific for me around what you see this really. What are the issues that you see this solving? If this were to go through, if what you want were to actually happen, what would you be seeing as your goals for success there?
Sure. I think there's a couple, Councillor, that I could mention. Number one is increasing the grad rates at the university for our Aboriginal students. Again, many of these students have made the commitment already to come from very small communities, move their families. And if there's a way that this housing project can provide just some additional support so that they can focus when they're here in the city on their studies and be able to complete those studies successfully the way they want to, the way they intended to, the way their communities are supporting them to do, I think that would be in itself a wonderful thing. But I think because of our focus on the early years, it's those young folks too that are coming into the city, moving back to community, coming back to the city, a second attempt at it as their parents are trying again at another degree. That's really the ones that we feel are critically important. When those young people have started an academic year, we'd like to see them be able to complete that, or if they've been enrolled in a quality early years program here in the city, we'd like to see them stay there. Stability is a key support for young people and young people's learning, and we believe this housing facility begins to address some of that need.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I really like the idea of the out-of-town Aboriginal students coming in and being able to bring their families with them. But I'm not seeing that laid out in this motion. This motion sounds very general. When you talk about other youth going to VIU, and are we talking local, out of town? Because if we're talking local, what makes this any different than Macola housing, which is for off-reserve Aboriginals?
I think the intention of a project like this would be to address the needs of out-of-town students, first and foremost. But I think I don't want to dismiss opportunities to support the young people transitioning out of in-care and into independent living, because I think by creating that sense of community and not just addressing a single group of students, out-of-town students, you create a better sense of community, a better model of support, I think, mentoring, role modeling that can occur in this building. So I don't want to be dismissive of any group. And I think as well that, this is a feasibility study, so we're going to have conversations with BC Housing as a potential funder. And it may be that they put down some very strict criteria on who they'd like to see housed as well. So I think it should be brought at this point just to be able to explore the feasibility of the potential for the site.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, but I love the idea of the out-of-town students. I mean, that's how this was put forth to me when I first heard about it, but I still see nothing about it in here, in the motion. It's just very general. So I would actually like to somehow see that incorporated into the motion.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chris, for your presentation and for the work you do. I appreciate that. I certainly have no problem with a feasibility study on this subject, and I would look forward to the results of that. Just to make sure I understand properly, as Councillor Fuller was suggesting, this is aimed at Aboriginal students primarily at VIU. Is that correct?
There's certainly a need there. When we look at the number of students, well over 2,000 students and Aboriginal students enrolled at Vancouver Island University. There's needs for housing for all students. But yes, so the answer to your question, yes. First and foremost, it's out-of-town Aboriginal VIU students. But again, I don't want to dismiss the opportunity that we can create a more holistic model of support in that building by dismissing certain groups. So I think that's the richness of this feasibility study, is we get to look at some opportunities here and explore a little bit.
Just to follow up, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and then that leads to my other question. Have you had any talks with VIU about being a partner in this idea?
Certainly very informal discussions. There's no partnership. There's no committed role by Vancouver Island University at this time, except again to say that they have the largest number of Aboriginal students of any post-secondary institution. They understand this is an important group that they have made concerted efforts to support through their Elders in Residence program, through a number of different initiatives. I can't see them not being supportive and involved. But to date, there's no formal relationship.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I think the feasibility study will flesh out the detail of, without labeling the facility, and I think that is what Chris is trying to consider and entertain, is that we just don't strictly label it, but there's no question that the feasibility study will flesh out all the detail relative to who's going to inhabit the venue and how and for how long after graduation. Is there an 8-month window, a 6-month window? Is there a certain percentage of students at VIU that need to occupy the venue? So I think that the feasibility study will cover a lot of the aspects and questions and concerns that we all have. And I'm sure that it is in good hands to ensure that all of the information from this council will be heard from Chris, and he'll take that forward.
Mr. Swaby, you up?
Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize. We don't have any cost for the feasibility study, and I'll have that for the next meeting, given that this is recommending that staff undertake the feasibility study. So I'll provide you with an estimate of that when the motion is dealt with.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Beaton, for your report. It was great. Just one question. Are you asking the city for any money to build this facility at all at this point?
At this point, no. I think the only commitments we might look to the city for at this point is similar to the support that it's offered at all the other 4 housing projects that were included in the Memorandum of Understanding. That's the waiving of DCCs, property taxes, because I would imagine this property the ownership would be retained by the city of Nanaimo. So no, nothing beyond that, no capital dollars.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
I just got to keep going back to this student thing, and it doesn't even have to be out of town. I mean, the feasibility study as proposed here is nothing new. So somewhere in there, introduce the student aspect of this, whether they're from out of town or whether they're from in town and attending VIU, because it's a great concept, but this just talks about affordable rental facility addressing the needs of urban Aboriginals living off reserve, which means anybody. So there's nothing special in that. But if you somehow could get that student part in, that makes it a special project. That makes it something that I think I can't see BC Housing not getting behind it regardless, but I think that makes something other partners can really get behind, because it is a huge problem with the dropout rates and that, and to be able to gear it towards that primarily, I think would be phenomenal.
Councillor Bestwick.
I'm going to support it.
As the councillor responsible for bringing this as a notice of motion, I'm very comfortable to sit down with Councillor Fuller and Mr. Jackson between now and Wednesday, when the next, which I think will meet the test of time, to amend this to include some form of number 4 or otherwise that would identify and satisfy those concerns without encumbering the intent of the other 3 motions. So if you'll indulge me, Mr. Mayor, would you be up for that, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess to your point earlier, Councillor, is maybe doing our best not to be too restrictive, because I could see a wonderful opportunity to include an elders residence or an elders unit in this building to provide those additional supports for students or young people. So as long as we're not too restrictive, we might pass up some good opportunities, because I think that's unique in the Aboriginal communities is not looking at a single group, but trying to provide that added value, for lack of a better term, and looking how we can really create a rich environment, a supportive environment, whether it's a program or a housing facility.
So you'd be up for the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Jackson, myself, Mr. Fuller, to
Absolutely.
come to some... Thank you.
Mr. Swaby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understood the feasibility study to actually address exactly what Mr. Beaton's talking about. It would provide us an opportunity to review what the needs are, bring it back to council and identify it. It would include all users, students, seniors, any need that's identified through the feasibility study would be provided back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to remind us that this is a notice,
Yes.
a motion, that we're not debating it at this point. We're not making any amendments. We're just taking it as notice that this will come up next week when we can debate it. Or
That's great. Thank you for the opportunity to cross-examine you, so to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 14, other business. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. I would like to have a reconsideration motion on the table regarding the fixed link proposed letter that we were to send back in December. I would like a reconsideration of it.
Certainly.
So I'm making a motion to reconsider. I need a seconder.
Okay. Councillor Bestwick seconding.
Do I need- Oh.
I understand you can. You just cannot bring it forward for reconsideration.
Okay.
Am I correct? Okay.
So do we
Go
vote
ahead.
on the reconsideration?
We certainly, it's now on the floor.
To reconsider the
To
motion
reconsider
only.
it? Correct.
So I could be turned down for reconsideration, so we should vote on it first, and then I can propose the motion. Am I correct?
That's correct, yes, Your Worship.
So we vote, so we vote as instead of, without debate.
Yeah, we vote just to
So
reconsider it.
it's two steps.
Right.
So the motion itself is complete. In order to bring it back to the table, a motion to reconsider is required, just as Councillor Kipp identified.
Okay, so then I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Brennan, Mayor McKay,
And myself.
and Councillor Pratt. Stand up, will you?
Sit up.
So motion passes.
So, I would like to reconsider the letter. From my own perspective, I'm opposed to sending it after we considered the motion because I gathered more information. For one, I found out during the debate that there was, in fact, a letter had been sent earlier to the mayor, which I may have seen but didn't remember at that time. The second part of it is I'm really concerned when we have written in the motion that there will be no encroachment on or near or over the park. So it's not really anything near the park is not our preview at that point. If it would be private land or whatever, we could have it affecting our park. I mean, I know that bridges go through parks, and Lions Gate goes right through Stanley Park, so there's sometimes parks go through that. So it was, I think we're showing them the door by sending this letter as a preemptive strike. I asked at that point to collaborate with them, and I suggest a sitting down or versus a letter. We have had since the letter from Mayor Rattan previously that went out to Mr. Stone, the minister, and then we got a letter back on January 8th, and I understand prior to that, that either the day after the 15th, staff actually had a meeting with the consultants. Is that correct? And so, from my perspective, I cannot support the motion I supported before because I believe it was kind of a showing the people the door, getting rid of them before we would even sit down and talk to them. And I know that in the letter on the 8th of January that they even gave us a contact number that committed to provide us information and updates. And so therefore, I cannot support the motion to send them a letter to say what I would consider to not allow us to have communication.
Okay, I wonder if I could get a bit of clarification, Councillor Kipp. You mentioned that new information was that prior to the vote, we were in possession of a letter to the mayor.
Or from the
Well, in fact, if I'm getting this correctly, there was a letter sent by the previous mayor in
20th of September.
Right, and this was voted on December the 15th. The letter from the ministry didn't arrive until the 19th of January.
The 8th of January is what it was dated. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
But arrived on the 19th of January.
But also during
this
that
vote
time-
took place in December 15th.
Yes. But at that point, I did not know when I voted on this. One, I was not aware of the mayor's letter on the property.
To the province.
To the province.
Okay.
Secondly, I was not aware the staff was having meetings with the consultants, so I did not have the information. Remembering that this came late to the table, I was advised that staff had this 10 days before some information on this. And Councillor Brennan that brought the motion forward said, are we bringing that letter forward? And that letter I understood, or they had talked with your office some days before this 15th, and we had nothing for information. So I would like it reconsidered. That's my point.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I'm having a hard time even putting words together on this. This is a letter to the provincial government asking them to consult with us on the bridge question. One, I can see nothing wrong with asking them to consult with us. I think that there is an expectation that this city would do such a thing. Please consult with us about this. And secondly, I think that our citizens have expressed to us over and over again how important our parks are. And so to tell the provincial government that we expect not only to be consulted, but that we expect there'll be no encroachment on our park is a reasonable thing to do, is I can't imagine what the province will think, and I'm sure that they'll hear about this, that we instructed our staff to write a letter to say, please consult with us and please don't encroach on our park, and that we decided that that was just a little too bold, I guess. What license does that give the province now? To build a bridge with don't consult with us, encroach on our parks because they're not really that important to us. I'm just dismayed that we would take a fairly benign motion and look for the dark side. I'm really sorry that we're doing this.
Mr. Swaby?
So, Your Worship, I just want to clarify that although staff did meet with the ministry sort of the day after, and I wasn't aware of that, I apologize, it wasn't at the ministry's request. It was actually staff was taking the initiative because of the announcement that they had the fixed link, and we took the initiative to phone them, and there was, in my opinion, no indication that they had any intent whatsoever to actually consult with us. So I think it was proactive on our staff. I'm not aware, and maybe Mr. Goodall can provide further information on any other meetings that are set up or how it's going from there, but that was how it initially started.
We haven't heard anything since the meeting that we held on December 17th.
And I think, Your Worship, further to that, I'm just reading Mr. Stone's letter. I don't see anything here that's offering any hope that he was intending to consult with us. And he certainly hasn't answered the questions we had about our work that we had in the development of the Cable Baylands or the partnership we had with the First Nations and how it might be in jeopardy because of the potential fixed link.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan?
Yeah, and I just want to add that the letter that you're referring to that was sent off to the minister really was about the Armishaw property, nothing to do with the park. And I think it's incumbent upon us to take a pretty strident stance when it comes to our parks and to say, no, don't even think about encroaching on our parks. People expect that from us. This is a community that places a high value on its parks. And for us not to be proactive and step out in front of this issue and say, we don't want anything to encroach on our park, don't want a bridge to encroach on our park, that's important. And we haven't done that. We've told them to have a look at the Armishaw property for the access to the bridge.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. When we speak to the feasibility study that they're wishing to undertake, or it does indicate, from my understanding, that there is a consultation process going on with, inside the context of the feasibility study, with First Nations, with RDN, with the Gabriel Islands Land Trust, so they've named, and I believe I understood that the city of Nanaimo was a named portion of their feasibility study, as what I understand. And and further, I don't know. Am I allowed to talk about the IFSL as our number one project? I think I am. It's out in the open now, is it not?
Your Worship, I'm not sure what Councillor Beswick wants to talk about in terms of the ISFL project. Some of it may be in camera, depending on what parts.
So, okay, well, I think everybody knows that we've made it our number one priority, the island ferries, passenger service to Vancouver, to Nanaimo. And we're asking the same minister to support our application. And just when we're catching our breath, we're telling them to pound salt on the feasibility study that they're already going to undertake, and of which might have more than one location, multiple locations, for where a bridge link might arrive over here. And until such time as that feasibility study is done, I don't know what we're getting out in front of, other than the possibility of annoying the minister in a big way.
Your Worship, let me try and maybe to clarify, because there's no indication that any consultation will ask council what their opinion is. So in absence of direction from council, staff would be at the table looking with the ministry, who might propose an access directly through the park. Don't know. It's the direct route out to Duke Point Highway, would be directly in line with Joan Point Park. It's the logical, it's the narrowest gap between in Dodds Narrows. So I would anticipate that's probably one of the ones they're going to look at. And without direction, we'll be going down that path with them to see how it best fits with our road networks to make it happen. And that's fine. That would be, if council's direction not to, or to include options to go through the park, we would like to tell the ministry that so that they can actually plan that.
Well, I would suggest that once we have the feasibility study, we'll have a far greater idea of what, not unlike the motion that we just heard from Mr. Beaton.
But Your Worship,
Same thing.
They're not asked, they won't, in their consultation, they come and they talk to you, and then they go away and they do their plan. They don't come back and say, now here's the options, or you may not actually see them again. We have no idea, because they haven't outlined whether council's involved, whether they'll come back and talk to us.
Your Worship, point of order. I got the feasibility study in front of me on page 2 of 3. In development of the crossing alignment and structural alternatives, expected the proponent will liaise with government agencies identified in BC MOTI, including but not limited to Islands Trust, the Regional District of Nanaimo, Fisheries and Oceans, and Councils of Marine Carriers. So no, Nanaimo is not in it, but we are in the RDN, and we are going to be liaised by it. And if we ask to be a part of it, I believe we would. If we tell them what to do now, I agree with Councillor Bestwick. It says in here they're going to consult. I just think it's preemptive to go, and I think it's somewhat political. So.
But I'm seeing a two-part motion here. One is consult, and the other one is that you're not going to be encroaching on or near the park. That's the second half. There are two parts.
How far is near? Is it at the property line, or is it within a block? What's near? Come on.
Say.
So we can vote on it. Call the question on it. Whether you support it, you can. I would suggest if the motion is written as it is there, if you vote in favor, the letter will go. If you vote in opposition, the letter won't go. It's 10 to 11.
We're running up 10 to 11 here. So next in the queue is Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I like Councillor Brennan. I'm having a hard time understanding why we're so worried about sending this letter. I think it's a good step forward. I think it's positive. I don't think it's a negative approach. And it at least puts out on the table our concern. And we can certainly broach that in language that works, I think, and that it appears to be a good collaborative approach with the province. So in my experience, the province pretty well has their own agenda, but I think at least putting it out there that we are concerned about this is an important thing to do. So I will be voting in favor of that motion going forward.
Councillor Yocum.
Just quickly is, in regards to consulting, whether that letter says they got to consult with us or not, well, then we got a POG coming up, so we can be part of most likely the St. consulting process because they have to regard us with them by law and recent court orders, etc. And the province will. And secondly, I think we got to build a relation with the province. Doesn't mean we got a lot of people have their views of the province, but we got to build a relation with the province because we need some work with them in many initiatives. One was mentioned earlier, and there's probably others. And this wouldn't be a great start in my view. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
I tend to agree. I think that if you stop that motion after the word proposal, it would be fine. You know, that we expect to be consulted on any fixed link proposal. That would be a fine letter. But now you're telling them what to do. And if you're looking for some support on the old fast ferry thingy, you might not want to be pushing them too hard because you might chase them away.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Just to say, you know, sometimes you have to take some bold action. And this, in my view, is actually a very timid approach. The province is going to do whatever the province is going to do, but we've been charged with standing up for the citizens of Nanaimo. That's our job, is to stand up for the citizens of Nanaimo. I have never seen anything so timid in all the years that I've sat on this council. To be afraid to send a letter to a minister to say, we want to be consulted and don't interfere with our parks. And if we can't stand up, like clear and simple, for our citizens, then I think that we're losing our way, absolutely losing our way, for fear that the provincial government won't like it if we say to them, consult with us and don't interfere with our parks. And my God, you look across this province at city councils from the north down to the south and east and west, they take much stronger positions with the province, much stronger positions. This is really mild. And if we back off on this, we're really losing our way.
Councillor Kemp.
Well, I couldn't disagree anymore. I don't understand why you think this is a soft approach. what I originally asked for was collaboration, as this is just consultation. And a more interesting approach to me is to collaborate with them, to go talk to them face to face. Not like we heard that earlier today, don't shut the door on them. And yeah, we're going to stick up for our community. This link is years away. And part of my concern is this is somewhat politically motivated from Gabriola, that they don't want it. Maybe they've been in touch with you, I don't know, Sheila, a good friend, whoever it is. And we had another Gabriola person come in and fight this the other meeting and speak against it. They didn't want us to do this. There was a presentation from Jeremy Baker here last meeting. And he said he didn't want us to do this stuff. He wants to be involved. They want to look at this bridge. There's a petition from Gabriel that says they want to look at this bridge. So saying no encroachment on or near, I like Councillor, I want to be consulted. I want to be collaborative with these governments. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to argue with them. I want to work with them. So that's my point. And I'm not afraid to send a letter to the government. My God. Yeah, I've shown a lot of fear about governments.
I'm going to call the question.
Yeah, I think we need
Motion.
to be unclear whether I'm voting yes or no here.
That Council direct Mayor McKay to send a letter to BC Ferries and the provincial government advising that the city expects to be consulted on any fixed link proposal near Cable Bay Trail and that there be no encroachment on, near, or over the park. That's the motion.
Excuse me, is Cable Bay Trail the real park, or is it Joan Point, the park, that's connecting? I don't think we have the right park name in this motion.
They're both. I think the road was also needed as a park, so Joan Point would be better.
I don't even think we have the right name in the motion, so I'll just vote against it.
Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Hong, Yocum, Bestwick, and Kip opposed.
And Fuller?
And Fuller. The motion is defeated. Vote to go beyond the 11 o'clock hour.
Only if there's questions.
There will be questions.
There'll be questions. Motion to go beyond 11.
So moved. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Brennan being opposed. No. Questions?
Councillor Kipp raised a question about minutes and agendas.
One moment, sir. Do we have Mr. Taylor's name and address for the record?
Sorry, Fred Taylor.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you.
Councillor Kipp raised a question about minutes and agendas, saying that against the community charter, in my words, you can find some information in agendas. For instance, when I supplied council on the information of a default loan on the Port Theatre, on the website or anything, there's no agendas involved. I had to go to staff to find that agenda because the minutes were not complete. The community charter demands the official word as the minutes. And I don't understand why council will not give that direction.
Your question here, Mr. Taylor?
In there.
Do you have a question?
Yeah. Why will you not consider giving direction that the official thing as per the community charter is the minutes of council meetings, not agendas? Agendas are drafts. And I'm trying to give you an example of supplying council with all the information on the default debt of the Port Theatre. I had to go to staff to find the agenda to get the complete information because the minutes didn't contain it. And if you go to your 2000, etc. on your website, you'll find there's no agendas. So you're even half complete on your website for both packages that you want to say we keep records in.
Can we get a determination as to how a person may find complete agendas?
The law is minutes. Why are we arguing about it?
Mr. Taylor, trying to answer your question.
Well, the minutes, as Mr. Taylor said, are kept on file back to 1875. The agendas, they don't go back that far. They're on file. We have them on the website just over the last few years. Is that something that we're going to continue with? This matter is referred back to staff. I just have not had the opportunity. Hasn't been on the list to return back. And I will be looking to council for some kind of policy guidance in terms of retention schedule, etc.
Mr. Chairman, you never used such a thing as agendas in the past. What are you handing me? It was always minutes, and they were even handwritten in large books with all the attachments. Why are we being difficult about reading the laws of British Columbia? The official word is minutes. Agendas are drafts that you put out and they change and become minutes, the official word of the council meeting. And I'm trying to tell you, I had to go to staff and try and find the agenda of the appropriate date. Even back then, the wrong dates are used on the first meeting, January 3rd, and it's actually January 13th. So I don't understand why you don't want to accept what the laws say of British Columbia and put some of the stuff in there. And like, for instance, tonight, did staff get a copy of the invoices talked to about water meters for the package? And I'll say agenda package, because that was dealing with prices to two other competitor wholesalers. And I think the city would have smiles on their face if they seen those invoices and said, we're buying them cheaper. For our 69, we're buying them cheaper even than the invoices he was talking about. And then you'd have one. Or if the $7,000 in one of those invoices was much cheaper than the $69,000 you paid for meters, I'd be going to your supplier and saying, ha, 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 you better lower the price.
Thank you.
Because but that was shown here. So where's the copies to the staff? I'd be phoning and asking for those copies. Because I want to see if that $7,000 is providing meters cheaper than what is $69,000 is providing to the city. And if you're buying them cheaper than even the $7,000, we're one ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Now, we've seen information about your budget. And if I stand to be corrected, commercial taxation was down to 15, and other communities are 35, 40. Have we got any evidence to satisfy the council that having such a half-rate taxation on industrial commercial is bringing more industry or anything into our town? Or are we trying to please somebody for a low tax rate on commercial, which raises the residential? Why can we not be up amongst the other ones for the tax rate on commercial industrial, which was 30-35 instead of 15? I don't see anything.
Would you like your question answered, sir?
Pardon me?
Would you like your question answered?
Yeah.
Thank you. This was a move that was made by a council in 2005, if I recall, and nobody has ever challenged that decision to lower the heavy industrial tax rate to the commercial rate. Are you suggesting that we should now consider changing that and raising the heavy industrial tax rate?
You have any evidence to prove that half the rate in the province is bringing a mad rush of industry and commercial to our town? Or is all the industrial land that we have left sitting vacant?
No, I would suggest that that it's hard to determine exactly, anecdotally, if you will, or by any statistics, whether or not that policy is doing you any good. The fact is that a couple of years ago, if I recall, Mr. Clemens, was there not a considerable study done on the heavy industrial tax rate and its reflection on the retention and attraction of businesses?
While Mr. Clemens comes up, I would also add that it's also about retention, of course, and you recall one of our biggest employers in the city challenged and had challenges with the tax rate. So it's also not only about bringing new, but it's about retention as well.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't think anybody ever thought that there would be a rush of heavy industry into Nanaimo when Council adopted this policy. I think that it was an attempt to retain the existing employers in town, large employers such as Harmac. And I think compared to some other communities in BC, we've been relatively successful in maintaining our heavy our mills in town. And the other impact that it had was, as a very large taxpayer, had Harmac ceased to exist, which was a very real possibility at one point, it was an extremely large hit to the city of Nanaimo's tax base. By reducing the industrial tax rate, we in effect reduced their risk of losing such a large taxpayer. And I'm not aware of any studies that would prove the point. I think that, as you said, Your Worship, that the anecdotal evidence has to be what we have to go by, and this is clear. This is a council policy. One of the things council can do during their term is reevaluate whether it's successful and whether it's appropriate to provide the same tax rates for heavy industry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I remind you the development of Duke Point, giving everybody out there 5 years of free taxes if they moved onto the property, wasn't successful either. Half of it's sitting empty. So when are we going to learn?
Thank you.
Robert Fuller, 3350 Hammond Bay Road. This has to deal with the cultural operating grant recommendations. Basically, I was wondering what sort of weight fundraising by these organizations has to do in the amount that they get. Would you like me to send you an email in the morning?
Be lovely, thank you.
Motion to adjourn. Second. All those in favor? We stand adjourned.